A very warm welcome to you from Roehampton in southwest London and home of the National Tennis Centre here. This is day one of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. We have 16 of the best players in Great Britain teaming up this week for some great competition, we hope, over the course of the next 5 days. They're competing for a prize fund of some £30,000 with a winner's cheque on Saturday of some £6,000. The Progress Tour, the brainchild of tournament director Barry Fulcher, established a couple of years ago with the aim of providing good competition and also allowing professional players the opportunity to compete at home. Today's order of play, we kick things off in the Anne Keathavong group with Emily Arbuthnot, recently graduated from Stanford University. She'll be up against Jodie Burrage, who's been in some good form over the last couple of weeks in both the British Tour and the events over at St George's Hill in Weybridge. In the Elena Baltacha group, next up, the Scottish #1, Maya Lumsden, will take on Freya Christie. We'll then see Katie Swan, who made the trip over from America late last week. She's in due to the withdrawal of Sam Murray. She takes on Alicia Barnett. Alice Gillen will then play the former top 100 player Katie Boulter, who of course is returning from a serious back problem, having established her return at the end of last year. We'll then finish off with some doubles. Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols, who are two players who were very instrumental in event organisation, will take on Victoria Allen and Sasha Hill. The players have just made their way out to court, so we'll go up to the commentary box and join Gigi Samuel.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, as Nick mentioned, the players have made their way out for the first match today, the first of 4 in the singles competition. I do think it's worth giving you a weather update because this is the British summertime. It did rain overnight. It has cooled down a little bit. There are clouds around, but it's a good temperature. It's mild. There is no breeze, around 20 degrees, so good conditions for these players. Some of the players, though, coming off playing indoors last week to the outdoor courts here at the National Tennis Centre, southwest London, based on the edge of Richmond Park. And as Nick said, the Progress Tour, the brainchild of Barry Fulcher, Olivia Nichols and Alicia Barnett, it's a chance for these players to compete and also, importantly, to earn money. So the social distancing measures in place. This is a behind closed doors exhibition event, so there are no spectators here, minimal people on the National Tennis Centre grounds. No spectators, no ball kids, no lines people. The one official you can see there per court. We've got 3 match courts separately fenced, staggered match times. They're not standing together for the coin toss, as you can see there, and there'll be racket taps. And between each match, a thorough antiviral cleaning regime, just to make sure that everything that needs to be in place is in place. Emily Arbuthnot, due to be in the Division 1 singles, promoted to the Premier Division due to the withdrawal this morning, the unfortunate withdrawal of Eden Silva. So we change in opponent for both of these players. Really looking forward to the week ahead. It wasn't a long walk for Nick Lester to get back into the commentary box, and Nick, there have been a series of unfortunate withdrawals, but this is still an excellent opportunity to see some of the best that Britain have in women's tennis.
Yeah, definitely, as you say, and with a good prize fund as well, which obviously is so key for a lot of these players who aren't necessarily making a huge living out of the game right now. You know, the prize fund on offer, as I mentioned, there's some £30,000. It's significant, and it's going to be a great boost for whoever can walk away here on Saturday with the winner's check, because these players obviously do get some funding from the LTA. There's certain aspects of that, but the additional prize money will certainly be greatly received.
A couple of groups in the Premier Division, a couple of groups in Division 1, and then we have Premier doubles. Now all groups are named after former British #1s, and starting things off in the Anne Keathavong group, current Fed Cup captain for Great Britain, we have in your picture Jodie Burrage, sitting at a world ranking of 298. He has been as high as 233 in the world. She's 21 years of age, and what she has done, Nick, since competition has resumed following lockdown, is she's been playing some very good tennis.
Yeah, been playing a lot of tennis, isn't she, as well? I think it's 11 matches in the space of 14 days for Jodie Burrage. She's been able to compete, obviously playing the British Tour here a couple of weeks ago, then last week playing the UK Pro Series down in St George's Hill, which was an intense week. I think it was 7 matches in 7 days, wasn't it, down there indoors at a great club down there in Weybridge. So she's had a a lot of tennis, and that's obviously one thing that players were desperate for. You know, when you're out for 3 months, when you're sitting on the sidelines trying to find your way, get your, you know, establish what you're training for, to get out and compete as they have done over the last couple of weeks is really good. I had a brief chat. I know you've spoken to Luciole. I had a brief chat with Colin Beecher, who's also been travelling a little bit with Jodie, and you know, he said she's just a great competitor. She loves to get out there and compete. She really enjoys getting stuck in, and that really emphasised by the fact she has gone and played now for what is the 3rd week in a row.
And as with a number of these players, they've had injuries that have curtailed things for them. With Jodie, it's been an ankle, and she said she just wants to stay fit. She wants to get back competing and stay healthy, as will Emily Arbuthnot, who we mentioned is a late inclusion into the Premier Group. Her world ranking is 954, career high of 320 December 2018, but it's not really so much about where they are in the rankings. This is about these players. In the case of Emily Arbuthnot, said, I'm back from Stanford University. I want to test myself in both singles and doubles at the highest level I can to see where the future for me lies in tennis.
Yeah, I mean, another lady who won a lot of matches over the course of the last 3 or 4 years. I think Stanford were NCAA team winners 3 of the 4 years that she was part of it, or certainly 2 of the 3. So she's been part of a very much a winning culture over there. It's, you know, anyone that's seen the campus and been over to the campus at Stanford will know that that's just a tremendous opportunity to go and play there. They've got obviously a great history of producing some very fine tennis players. So, you know, her experiences, I'm sure, there over the last couple of years have served her very well indeed.
There we go in the background. We've got Kyle Edmund, Colin Beecher and Dave Felgate, all lovely, socially distanced, having a nice little chat.
Absolutely. Good to see Carl here. He's obviously planning, I think, to go and play Washington in a 3 weeks' time. That's the idea, and then he may go to the States possibly in a couple of weeks' time, that Colin was telling me. So I think that's the idea from Carl's point of view. But, you know, hopefully with the resumption of the men's tour in a month or so, we'll see Carl in action.
Yeah, absolutely. But very important for these players to get out here and to play some tennis for. And I think the other unique thing about this week in the Progress Tour in these times is how often would you get this group of players together, because a large chunk of them have gone the US college route, so they wouldn't be here at this time of year. No,
definitely. And, you know, as you said, Emily Arbuthnot's a player who, when she has come back over the last few summers, has actually gone and competed a lot. You know, the stipulation generally, obviously, when you're on a scholarship, as she was at Stanford, is that you won't be able to take the prize money. So she would have come back in the summers, I'm fairly certain, and you know, won certain events, doubles events, ITF events, but not being able to collect the prize money as a result of that. So she's not obviously a fully fledged professional until now, when we believe she has officially graduated from Stanford and can now go her own way and see how far she can get.
It's confirmation of what chair umpire Darren Michaels is saying, confirming that Emily Arbuthnot won the toss and decided to serve. It's a round-robin event. The top 2 from each group will progress, and as I mentioned, we've got the Premier Group and we've got the Division 1 and we've got Premier Doubles. So we will keep you up to date with everything that's taking. Staggered match times, 3 separately fenced courts here at the NTC.
He's very, very good athlete. Emily Arbuthnot played a lot of different sports when she was younger as well. Very skillful, plays with a fair bit of variety. As a Hertfordshire girl, she trained at Batchwood and Gosling, both sort of big tennis centres back in Hertfordshire as a youngster, before making that decision to go across to Stanford and obviously get that good education. And, you know, the one thing that American Uni tends to do with a lot of players is, one, it gives you a lot of belief, because the culture, largely speaking, at American college is one of being very positive. You know, as a student athlete on these campuses, you are treated very well. You almost treat it like royalty at times, you know, and the confidence I think that brings you, it certainly brings a lot of players out of themselves. It brings their personality out. It gives them a lot of belief. But on the flip side, obviously, as you kind of mentioned to earlier on, you are now on your own. So having come from the comfort of having a lot of structure, and there is a lot of structure in these college systems, you know, you've got your coaches, you've got your strength and conditioning coaches, you've got everything that goes with that. Emily is now going to find, obviously, that she is now somewhat of a lone ranger. It's a slightly different setup, but it's not to say it can't be done, but it is definitely somewhat of a shift.
And I think it's why Arbuthnot has hinted at maybe the future lies in doubles for her, because she's such a fan of being part of a team, having someone out there on court. She loves getting forward, and she said her singles game doesn't really allow her the chance to get forward as much as she would like, whereas in the doubles court, of course, that's something that's going to happen. Jodie Burrage also plays a lot of doubles, but is working on the singles. We talked about in terms of ranking, she has been as high as 233. She's working out of the the JTC, something I'm sure we'll talk a lot about, based in Chiswick, where a number of the players are. And as I say, for her and for a lot of these players during lockdown, just keeping the fitness. And we're going to see how they've been doing. Jodie Burrage against Emily Arbuthnot, the first match on the first day of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. So just a reminder, there will not be any ball kids. Everything will be done themselves, but a lot of these players, they'll be used to that, playing where they will be playing a large amount of the time. They're used to not having the ball children and line judges everywhere and thousands of spectators, so it's not going to be that alien to this situation.
No, the infrastructure, certainly the ITF, the 15Ks, the 25Ks obviously is a little more slimline, if we can put it like that, at those events. So nothing out of the ordinary for these guys.
Ready, play.
I think to go back on the point you were making as well, just about the college system as a whole, and talking about Emily establishing the fact that perhaps she wants to play more doubles. Now, that may not have been a decision that she felt she could have made at 18, whereas now, having had 3 or 4 years at college, she's developed her game. So it gives you time, I think, to just think about where you are and what you want. And, you know, we've seen a number of players who have come out of college, whether they've graduated or not, certainly feeling like they're just in a better place from an emotional and physical maturity standpoint.
And if people watching want to get a feel for how they play, Emily Arbuthnot has likened herself, or said she's very Halep-esque. She's not the biggest, the tallest. She uses her athleticism by stark contrast. Jodie Burrage, for her, it's Garbiñe Muguruza. She sees a lot of herself in how Muguruza plays. Of course, one adjustment for Jodie is having to come from playing indoors last week to then playing outdoors here this week, and it's a little bit cooler out here today, isn't it? It's going to be a little bit slower. And they're also calling their own lines there, which I think got to be remembered to multitasking.
Yeah.
.230. Okay, Arbuthnot.
Good start for
Okay.
Emily Arbuthnot. Remember, she was playing in the Division 1 singles group when she woke up this morning, elevated to the Premier Singles after a withdrawal of Eden Silver. And now she's held her first serve, having won the toss and elected to serve in this first meeting with Jodie Burrage.
Yeah, Eden Silver's had obviously some injuries, hasn't played a lot of singles, has she? I think she played a couple of matches last week, didn't she, in St George's Hill, and perhaps just pulled up. I know she pulled out, I think, of her third match there, so maybe just pulled up with potentially not feeling as though she's going to be able to get the 4 or 5 matches in here this week, quite up to it physically.
Jodie Burrage to serve.
As you touched on, Jodie Burrage has had a great start to the return to competition. 11 matches, 110, 1 title.
You know, it's interesting because I was looking at Jodie's kind of year prior to lockdown and prior to the pandemic actually hitting, and I think Jodie played 7 of 9 weeks at the start of the year, which, you know, it's quite a lot of tennis to kind of kick the year off, but it sort of fits hand in hand really with what Colin Beecher was saying to me about her just love of getting out there and competing. She's really not afraid to, she wants to play as many matches as she can, which is what you want in an athlete.
Love 50.
Has had all sorts of injury problems though, hasn't she, with the ankle surgeries that you touched on.
Little taster of what she can do with the
15 off.
serve, Jodie Burrage. She likes to keep things short. She just doesn't want to get into too many rallies. Big hitting, likes to get it done.
It's a little breezy out there as well. So with a lot of cloud cover conditions, are going to be pretty slow today. It's not particularly warm. Very different from what she experienced last week indoors. The forehand is the shot that is at times a little vulnerable. The backhand is certainly the more reliable of the two wings. The forehand can be a little bit more inconsistent.
We talk about this, whatever level you are playing at, it's very important to get that first hold of serve under your belt and get yourself settled into the match, your opponent and the conditions.
Yeah, and you can, you know, you talked about the game styles. It's fairly obvious to see already that Jodie Burrage is a player who likes to kind of stay high up the court. She likes to be sort of dictating, wants to be on the baseline, trying to dictate the tempo of the rallies, and also has a little bit more weight of shot than Emily does.
22 years of age, Arbuthnot.
Yeah, was a pretty good junior, wasn't she, Emily? I think she was top 20 in juniors in the ITF rankings a few years ago.
Love.
It's a challenge mentally today, isn't it, for Jodie Burrage as well, because suddenly you're preparing to play one opponent, and then, as you say, you wake up this morning, a couple of hours ago, we only knew there was a change of the order of play a couple of hours ago, so it's just a little shift. You know, you do prepare the night before for a look at who you're playing tactically, so it's a slight adjustment she has to make today as well.
And she'd played silver before, so had that competitive experience. Arbuthnot said she made the decision that she would come back from Stanford every summer and she would play matches. She said not everyone does that, but she wanted to get ranking points. She wanted to have some kind of ranking. So she would take that time to return, to play, and then to return to university. All the time wanting to test herself to find out where her game was, coming back to the UK.
Okay, Arbuthnot.
A clean game for Arbuthnot.
Arbuthnot leads 2-1 first set.
Well, we've had some low-flying aircraft. We've had a lawnmower go past. It's all happening. National Tennis Centre on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I was just looking through Emily's seasons. You mentioned the fact she came back every summer to play, and just looking at some of her results. And had some good success in the summer of 2017, won a couple of ITFs that year. Didn't play so much in 18. Of course, summer school is an option as well for a lot of college players, as we both know. You can, top up your credits, because it's difficult for an athlete. It's very hard. I remember talking to Ben Draper, who was still over in the States, and he always said to me that combining the tennis with initially for the first couple of years, combining the tennis and the education is tough, because as an athlete, a lot of it is expected of you. It's intense. You're having to compete a lot. You're having to stay in obviously very good shape. You're traveling a lot as well, which is part and parcel of it. And you've got to keep up your education, because your degree and your scholarship very much depends on that. So it's certainly not a cakewalk.
There are many routes to get to where they want to be. For Jodie Burrage, it's been remaining in the UK, plying her trade here. And Burrage is a member of the LTA Pro Scholarship Programme, known as the PSP, and that, I believe, is worth up to £80,000 a year.
Exactly, yeah. And I think I'm right in saying that money is then distributed to her coaches, who then can distribute it as they see fit.
They are players, male and female, who are identified as those players that could get themselves up into the top 200 within 5 years of being part of the PSP programme.
You've got to be between 16 and 24, haven't you, in terms of the age grouping to receive that funding. There are different levels of funding.
Love.
feel that Burridge is now settling into these conditions, especially on the serve.
T15.
Great play from
Game
Burridge.
Burridge.
Hugging the baseline, getting the job done, levelling us up.
2 games all, first set.
Not an awful lot to choose between these two, 4 games in.
That's so important from Emily Arbuthnot point of view to keep a good length when she's under pressure like that defending. As you can see here, Jodie Burridge just able to dictate a little too often, dropping the ball a little bit too short, Emily, in that exchange, and paying the price for it.
Fifteen love.
That's a good
15
close.
all.
Got it nice and tight there. She's using a bit of width for the first time. Just catching Emily slightly by surprise as well. It wasn't a bad length off the backhand, but good use of the left arm. See how she uses the left arm to really create the width off that sort of shot. And again,
15-14.
just keeping Arbuthnot on the back foot, really testing her movement. First chances for Jodie Burridge.
30-40.
Opportunity there for Burridge, just overplaying a little bit. Buthnot calling the line. Another opportunity here. The 21-year-old, coached by David Felgate, based out of the JTC, Junior Tennis Coaching in Chiswick.
Dave Felgate, of course, long-time coach of Tim Henman, Dan Evans as well.
Game Burridge.
There's the break.
Burridge leads 3-2, first set.
So the first breakpoint opportunities we've seen in this first match of the Progress Tour Women's Championships in the Premier Division. And it is Jodie Burridge, the higher ranked of the two, in good form as we mentioned, that takes the lead in the break 3-2.
Discussing the prize money and what we're playing for here this week. Obviously not an insignificant amount of money. The two divisions, the Premier event winner will walk away with £6,000 if you're a runner-up, £4,000, semi-finalist, £2,500, and even for those who fail to win a group match, it's £800. So certainly a fair chunk of money.
I think a lot of people at the moment, whatever industry, whatever profession you have not been working.
Time.
So the opportunity that comes up for these players to get match fitness, to compete and also to earn, it's a wonderful opportunity.
Definitely, and especially with the ITF circuit still obviously putting the pieces of the puzzle together with regards to how that's going to unfold and what events there are going to be, that players are going to be able to play.
So it's Burridge with the break.
Love. Love.
I feel like if anything that is the win, the end that's downwind, so it does make the second serve a little bit tougher. You've really got to kind of be aggressive with the spin, make sure you attack the second serve so you are getting enough control on the ball.
Can see the ankle braces that Jodie Burridge is wearing there. We touched on the ankle operation she had in 2019. It's actually her third ankle operation. Both have been operated on. And all have been snapped ligaments, so we could see why she said that this year it was about staying fit, keeping healthy. And as Nick mentioned, she's played an awful lot of matches since lockdown has eased, and she's continuing that good form here with the consolidation of the break.
And I think, again, speaking to just members of her team who obviously have been around her a long time. The last one last summer came at a very kind of inopportune time, if there is such a thing to do such an injury. But I felt like she was really kind of building some momentum last summer. Things were going well. She felt confident in her own abilities. Look back at her results last year, obviously that match in Surbiton where she picked up the injury that kept her out basically for 3 months, didn't it? Most of June, then obviously July, August, there was a possibility that, you know, whether she would have got a Wimbledon wildcard, I don't know, but 270, you're knocking on the door, aren't you? And then that comes with obviously a lot of benefits.
It's
interesting how that second serve, that short second serve that doesn't have a lot of pace, can actually sometimes be very difficult to be aggressive off, because not a lot of pace to it, so it's not just dropping. You have to create all your own pace. It's so important you're actually able to go up and take the ball early, and she tried to do that, but sometimes actually the slower second serves are often more difficult to handle. Really have to be aggressive with your footwork to get up to the ball and take it early.
She does say she's learning to be more patient, Jodie Burrage. It's something she's working on. Still just 21. Arbuthnot, a year her senior.
Serve.
A change up of pace from Burrage that did the damage. Now an important point for Arbuthnot, already a breakdown.
Just overran that ball. Particularly good forehand from Emily, but just seemed to get a little cramped on it.
Yes.
It's always tough in these conditions when you do have a slightly higher ball toss, and Emily obviously has a fairly high ball toss, and it just, you know, on a day where it's a bit blustery, it can just make life a little awkward.
Advantage Burridge.
So third break point opportunity in this match for Burridge. She capitalised on her second one in game 5. Opportunity here now to leave her in a position to serve for the set.
Deuce.
I think caught by surprise, just by the quality of the serve, didn't seem to pick it.
Advantage Burridge.
Yeah, just dropped it a little bit too short, allowing Burridge to step up the court and do the damage.
That's nice.
Yes.
Just a little bit of variety, just taking her out of a comfort zone. Just a little guilty of just snatching at the short back end there, really just taking on a little too much.
Good play by Burridge.
Advantage Burridge.
Yeah, and the slice backhand just didn't really cut it initially, did it? It just kind of sat there asking for trouble, and again, downwind. You can see the court position of the two. Jodie Burridge is much more comfortable. Just that greater weight of ball that she possesses.
Third break point opportunity for Burridge.
Yes.
Tough ball to go up the line off that. It's a high ball. You just probably in that situation just want to go one more back cross, just give yourself a bit more of an opportunity. It's dropping.
Again, Burridge able to step in on the short ball, put it away. Now fourth opportunity to see if she can get that double break. Been good play from Arbuthnot on the break points. That way forcing her way up the court. She's comfortable up the court. We talked about the doubles she plays in the US, and she says it is doubles that has kept her engaged with a game of tennis, but for now she will still continue to play both singles and doubles. Which is why Jodie Burridge will do all she can to keep Arbuthnot as far back as she possibly can. And now it's a fifth break point opportunity.
Deuce.
There, I think
Advantage,
she was almost
Burridge.
caught between two minds. It looked like she was going to hit the slice and then at the last minute decided to actually roll over the backhand. Ended up not getting it right.
Deuce.
And that is the frustration after having 6 breakpoint opportunities, and the game continues.
Yeah, again, the ball just slightly got away from her. You can see off the return, the feet just weren't quite in position. Again, whether that's the wind or whatever it may be, but it's a good hit nonetheless.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
It will be a big game if Emily Arbuthnot can come through this one from a psychological point of view. Just to keep herself in touching distance.
Deuce.
And that's what I mean about the return off the second serve. I think from my point of view, interestingly enough, that actually the better second serve there was almost cost to the price because the ball had a bit more pace, so you're able to use that pace a bit more, and it was a much better return.
Again, Burridge able to
Advantage,
step
Burridge.
inside the baseline, draw the air from Arbuthnot. And will it be 7th time lucky in game number 7 for Jodie Burridge?
Game Burridge.
And there it is. Unfortunately for Arbuthnot, it comes off the back of
Burridge
a double
leads
fault.
5-2 first set.
But for Jodie Burridge, it does give her the comfortable double break 5-2 lead in the first set.
Jodie Burridge obviously was a very good junior as well, career high 14 in the world and in the junior ITF rankings. Obviously a pathway or a stepping stone towards making your way up the professional ladder. Some nations, some coaches, some federations like their juniors to play a lot of ITF. Some like to sort of 16, 17 kind of move on to the next level. Depends on where your tennis is at and where you're at from a physical standpoint as well, because obviously the big jump from playing junior ITFs to playing on the professional circuit generally is the physicality side of it, among obviously the other things. The level obviously improves, but the physicality is the big thing, and that's decisions that coaches and parents as well have to make. Is, you know, are there players ready from that standpoint to then go into the professional ranks. Certainly provides good experience though, junior ITF circuit, that's for sure.
Hopefully those threatening clouds will just do their own thing somewhere else. There is no rain in the forecast, but it is British summertime, so it doesn't mean there won't be any rain.
Would have been a rather wet Wimbledon fortnight, wouldn't it?
But we have roofs, so it's okay.
Yes.
15 love. Birdie lob.
Again, a rare opportunity for Arbuthnot to get forward. When she does, she is comfortable up and around the net and gets herself on the board as Burridge is looking to serve out this first set.
A little fortuitous, but again, such a good weapon to have to be able to use the chip return, just to give yourself another option. Thought about coming forwards because the initial cross-court back in, there was an opportunity to get in, didn't take it.
Cheers.
Just the backhand up the line from Burridge has left her out of position. That was the problem. By taking that ball up the line, she left a lot of court open for Emily Arbuthnot to use the forehand cross court, which allowed her to really dictate proceedings.
Been on court for 43 minutes now. The first match on the centre court on the Progress Tour Women's Championships. 5 matches to bring you from the centre court. We'll also be updating you on what's taking place on the other courts in action.
Really
Advantage,
committed
Burridge.
early to the forehand cross, obviously going to a slightly bigger target, so the element of just being able to be more aggressive is open to you. One problem really you feel on the big picture of this match is that Emily Arbuthnot just doesn't necessarily have the weapons. Very much the points, the dictation of the points, the outcome of the points is on Jodie's racket. She's the one setting the tempo of a lot of their rallies.
Deuce.
Emily Arbuthnot spent many years representing Hertfordshire as well. She's been a regular in the County Cup, County Week setups. Of course, County Week this year cancelled for the first time in many years.
Advantage, Burridge.
Good fun down there, and across the country, of course, they hire out all the grass court venues. Would have actually taken place next week, but cancelled this year for the first time in a long time. A lot of coaches and players disappointed that that event's not taking place. All the best counties in the country get together over the course of 1 week.
Deuce.
It's a long week as well. 3 doubles matches over each day. Group 1 played down in at Devonshire Park, down in Eastbourne, where they host the international events in the summer. Perfect grass courts they have down there.
It's been a strange summer, hasn't it?
It has. Too true. It's a strange year.
Yeah.
Advantage, Burridge.
Third set point opportunity now for Jodie Burridge.
This was a good hit because forced to move backwards off that particular ball. Really did find good length.
Game in the first set, Burridge. 6 games to 2.
So there is the first set. Keeping hold of that double break, Jodie Burridge. Fending off a couple of break point opportunities while serving for the set. But it is Jodie Burridge, well ranked 298 at the moment, who's been on some great form since lockdown was eased. Takes this first set by 6 games to 2.
And I think from Emily Arbuthnot's perspective, you look at the score, 6-2, looks fairly one-sided, but actually it was a lot tighter than that, wasn't it? There was a lot of close games that could have gone either way. She was involved, she lost a couple of tight ones, so she'll sit down, I'm sure, at the change of ends now, feeling as like she's not a million miles away. At the same time, as we suggested, when you look at the matchup, you do feel that obviously Jodie's the player that has more about her in terms of arsenal on court. She feels a little more comfortable in terms of stepping up.
And you do feel, and it's not just looking at the rankings, 954 for Arbuthnot, but we know that she's been at Stanford. Jodie Burridge is a lot higher, but you feel that very different stages of their careers, despite just being a year apart, with Arbuthnot saying that she is still invested in singles and doubles, but there is a chance for her it will be a doubles pathway, because it's something that is, the doubles has kept her enjoyment in tennis. That's what she enjoys. She feels her game style is suited to it, but she wants to test herself on a singles court, whereas Burridge plays the two, but for her you really do see the singles pathway.
Definitely, yeah, different, you know, as you say, she feels as though that's where she wants to be.
Give you a little update from around the grounds here at National Tennis Centre. Just one
Second
other court
set,
at the moment in action,
Arbuthnot to serve.
because they are staggering the start times, but it's Neil Miller and Sasha Hill in the Division 1 singles, and that is currently locked at 4 games apiece. So we'll let you know the matches as they start, as they progress, and results as they come in.
Fifteen lob.
First drop shot we've seen from Arbuthnot, something she likes to use if she can.
Lob.
Got Stanford playing the Pac-12 as well, which is a very, very strong conference over in the States. Just looking actually at her list of kind of achievements there, and it's a long one. That's, you know, again, we talked about the confidence you get from often going to American University, and they certainly do build you up as an athlete.
Lob.
Feel-good factor high, especially for a high-achieving team like Stanford, who obviously won the NCAA championships. There would have been tons of media they would have had to have done, you know, the levels of kind of, you're elevated, your status is elevated very much, I think, when you're part of a setup like that and a winning team like that in the States. Opportunities, wild cards, sponsors, potential sponsors as well over there.
Game, Arbuthnot.
That's a positive start to the second set for Arbuthnot, holding to love. She did say ahead of this, Arbuthnot, that she thought the great thing about the Progress Tour was the media exposure, promoting British tennis and just raising and increasing awareness and exposure of the players that maybe people this week would just be starting to get to know.
Yeah, quick look at the numbers of that opening set. What it doesn't tell you, of course, is the winners to unenforced errors ratio, which I'm sure would have been a little more on the positive for Jody Burrage, but 9 of the 10 break points she failed to convert on. You know, we were talking about prize money, weren't we, as well? And, you know, last week I believe that Jody's success down in St George's Hill garnered her something in the region of £3,500, £4,000. That's a lot of money, you know, she's making over the last couple of weeks, and something that, you know, that's been the one real benefit to come out of all this, is that the LTA have done a great job, obviously, with the British Tour in terms of doubling the prize money, which has been fantastic. We had the event last week in St George's Hill, which was run privately, but the money that's available to players there is significant. You know, you're making £6,000, £7,000 over a couple of weeks of competition for someone like Jody. That's going to go a long way.
And as you touched on earlier, we still don't know how the rest of the season will shape up. August, the ITF tournaments in the US, they've all been cancelled. We don't know how the rest of the year will pan out in terms of tournaments.
No, and I think there is a genuine worry and danger that players not ranked in the top 100 are going to be a little bit left behind. I'm not saying that is going to be the case, but I think there's a possibility at the moment that for the rest of the year it is going to be difficult for players that are not in the bigger tournaments.
I didn't hear one, to be honest, but $40-15.
Obviously, she heard Emily Arbuthnot. She called it. Then there was a bit of confusion. I think Jody Burrage heard it.
Game, Burrage. One game all, seconds.
Got to do a little bit more with the chip return. You've either got to try and keep it low and short, or you've got to try and get a little more depth to it. And that, again, that chip return was just too floated and too central.
15 lock. Fifteen all.
We've seen that a fair bit, haven't we, today? That second serve just into the backhand. Quite enough kick to it. Jodie Burrage very strong again. A good strike, shoulder height, not easy. You've got to.
C50.
Is where she wants to be, Arbuthnot.
40,
Up
15.
close to the net.
Yeah, and that wasn't a pre-planned attack, was it? You could see once she saw the ball was floating off the second serve, first serve, that she was going to look to try and get forward. Just that more instinctive side of her game.
Game, Arbuthnot, new balls, please. Arbuthnot leads 2-1, second set.
They are changing the balls after 11 and 13 games. Just the 4 balls being used this week. And a set to bring you. Sasha Hill, 6-4, over Nell Miller. That is the Division 1 singles.
Yeah, fair bit of chopping and changing, wasn't there, over the last couple of days, in terms of players that sadly have not been able to participate here. Of course, Heather Watson sadly pulling out with a foot injury. So we hope Heather's able to get back fit. And Harriet Dart, who's been doing a bit of work with our good friend Miles McLagan, isn't she, over the last couple of weeks, I believe.
It was due to be a busy week for Miles. He's also moving house on Wednesday.
There you go.
So it's got a little less busy. He said he might be around a little bit later.
Didn't he
in the
just
week.
move? Or was that?
Didn't he just? No.
Oh,
I think
okay.
he's been talking about moving.
Okay.
I think it's just taken a little bit longer.
Okay.
And then everything happens at once, doesn't it?
It does.
Just all
Yeah.
comes together.
Time. 15 love.
It's really well done, and again the ability there just to cut the angle off, so key in off this particular shot. That last forehand that she's able to move diagonally out to the right, and again just being comfortable taking the ball early, especially I think even more so when you're playing against the wind as she is right now.
30 love. Close.
Just had the umpire say close. Wasn't entirely sure, but not getting involved.
Thirty 50.
Jodie Burrage, you spent lockdown in Cornwall with her boyfriend. Family were based in London. Boyfriend is the Leicester Tigers player Ben White, and said it really helped with the fitness, having someone to compete with and work against and work with.
Of 15.
Of course, a lot of the elite players were sent the bikes, weren't they, by the LTA as well. That was a big helping hand in terms of just allowing them some sort of outlet to train. Took a bit of, you know, one thing a lot of the players talked about was just requiring a bit of imagination as well, and a lot of self-discipline. You know, that's that was probably the hardest part of, you know, when you talk about March, April, May, for players not having anything to play for because they didn't know when they were going to come back. There was no set goal. They weren't training for anything specifically, and I guess that's the same for all sports. But you know, especially for tennis players, there was no kind of goal to attain to. Really did, I think, test the discipline, the motivation of players.
I think a lot of Zoom fitness sessions were taking place during lockdown.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Jodie Burrage also said she did a lot of puzzles and paint by numbers.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
Going back to the junior days a little bit, isn't it, in terms of calling your own lines?
Thought you meant paint by numbers, but
Wow,
that could also apply.
that is as well, yeah, exactly. Just lost a little bit of discipline in the last couple of points. He's done very well there. It was a good defensive lob.
Advantage Burrage.
Well, fairly certain Emily Arbuthnot actually meant to hit that return, that little short chip return. Jodie Burrage did well because to get up there quickly.
I think she just apologised to her.
I think she might have apologised just for the ball maybe when she was sending it, just in terms of actually hitting her on the way down.
Cheers.
the fact the ball was so
Advantage
short
Burridge.
just did her a favour. I don't think she meant to hit the ball with lack of length, but Emily Arbuthnot just couldn't quite get up to it because of the lack of depth on it. Certainly must have been an intense couple of weeks. Obviously, we talked about playing well on the British Tour, then last week having those 7 matches in 7 days. It's been a lot of competition in the last fortnight for her.
Game Burridge.
She'll be happy to
Two games
close
all,
out that
second
service
set.
game. There was a little bit more muttering from Burridge, but refocus, close it out. A couple of games apiece in the second set.
Yeah, just got a shot of Maya Lumsden, of course, the Scottish #1, who's watching from just courtside here and alongside her coach, Ewan McGinn.
Lob 15. All.
First of 5 matches on this centre court to be played today. I'll bring commentary to you of all of those matches. Results from the other courts as and when they come in. Day 1 of the Progress Tour Women's Championships round robin stage.
Ready, 15.
We're starting in the Anne Keothavong group. The Premier Division split up into the Anne Keothavong group and the Elena Baltacha group. All the groups throughout this tournament named after former British #1s.
Such a useful return that is.
Ready, all.
Any level of the game, just that one down the middle, that heavy ball down the middle, you're able to be a bit more aggressive. Obviously, you're aiming for a bigger target. It's a very common return, especially in the women's game now. If players aren't getting out of the serve as quickly as they might be, the ball's suddenly back on their feet. You've got no angles to work with either. It is very well done. Very quick movement, that transition from the forehand up the line, just to be able to see the ball get in nice and tight, because the ball was dropping off the Burridge slice as well, so it's coming down fairly quickly. Very well played.
Deuce.
Mentioned Emily Arbuthnot obviously played here last week, didn't she? Losing, I think, in the quarterfinals, wasn't it, to Armani Banks in a very tight one. It was 13-11, wasn't it, in the final set breaker.
Advantage, Burridge.
First breakpoint opportunity of set 2 for Jodie Burridge.
Deuce.
One of her better serves of the day as well. Just a little flatter on out wide, so able to get a bit more pace on it.
Emily.
It is an area you can look to expose with
Advantage,
Burridge.
Arbuthnot.
Getting her moving, pushing her out wide, which Arbuthnot did well in that point.
Yeah, we talk about movement on a tennis court. Of course, tennis involves so many different change of directions. I think it's something like 5 on average rally on the professional tour is something like 5 or 6 change of directions within a single point. So it's often not just your ability to move out to the ball, but it's your ability to recover. It's how quickly you get out of the position and recover. It's so key. That's what strength and conditioning coaches work on all the time. You know, the strength in the ankles, the legs. This is a sport that's generally built from the base up. Deceleration. Acceleration is obviously an important part of it, but then your ability to decelerate, how quickly you stabilize when you're in a corner. And a lot of that does come from, you know, the strength in the ankles. That's the first part of the body that really takes the load when you're in wide positions.
Advantage, Arbuthnot.
Been a lot of long games, haven't there, in this match? Yeah. Jodie Burridge has come out on the right end of most of them.
Jodie. I think it caught, yeah. It's your call. You haven't made a call.
That's a good point. Hadn't made the call. Was waiting for the call. The call wasn't going to come because it was Burridge's to call.
3 games to 2 seconds. Set.
Wanted to make a call, didn't she?
Set Burridge.
You could sense there was an element of kind of wishing for it to happen, but good anticipation from Emily Arbuthnot. So often when you hit the drop shot on the run, the initial instinct is just to go back cross court to the bigger target, and she read that very well indeed.
Yeah, it was a good hold in the end for Emily Arbuthnot. Mentioned early on that she needs to stay with Burridge, and she's managing to do that so far in set number 2. Day 1 of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. You've got the round robin situation in both the Premier and Division 1 singles. A prize pot for the players who are competing, with a £6,000 cheque for the winner of the competition. A sight we got used to not seeing planes flying.
Especially from you, where you live.
Where I live, it was lovely and quiet.
Yeah.
You can imagine estate agents, if they were selling houses, no, there's no planes around here.
Yeah.
And then you move in, you think, hang on a second, there's one every minute. Life in some ways getting back to what we're starting to believe is a new normal.
was a lovely finish, but
15
she was
love.
very lucky with the forehand up the line. It was not a clean hit at all, and again, the fact it was so short actually did her a favour. Forced Emily Arbuthnot to just use the slice backhand, take a hand off, couldn't be anywhere near as aggressive as she would have liked to be.
Got a set of golf clubs last year, Jodie Burrage.
Really?
Using them a little bit in lockdown.
There you go.
Are you a golfer? You're a golfer.
Occasionally.
Occasionally.
Occasionally. Yeah. Get a little bit bored playing golf. I just want to run to the ball. Desperately going to sweat up.
Love.
Well, that is some smash, because having forced to hit two, this is initially a good one. Nothing wrong with this defensive love. Back over the left shoulder, which is a tough place to hit it from. You can see how much ground she has to cover here. He's outstanding. Especially in windy conditions where you really trust yourself.
It's definitely picked up, hasn't it, the wind?
Love.
Good point, Arbuthnot. You could see her trying to work her way forward.
Yeah, something she hasn't been able to do a whole lot of really in the course of the match. It's been quite a physical match, isn't it? Fairly kind of fair few long exchanges over the course of the hour or so we've been out here. That is a brilliant return, because there was nothing wrong with the second serve. And width and pace to it. Emily Arbuthnot showing great balance on the stretch.
Game Burrage.
Jodie Burrage making sure that wasn't going to come back anytime
Game's
soon.
all seconds.
And I think also Emily Arbuthnot just having a look and a check to see if that she didn't. The racket didn't cross over the net, didn't make any contact with the net.
National Tennis Centre, southwest London. The edge of Richmond Park. It's a beautiful setting. It's not the beautiful weather we'd want
One just
for a
went out
British
over the
summertime,
back, the last shot.
but it is due to get warmer as the week goes on. I think Friday is going to be the best day.
Yep. That's unlucky, but we talked about the movement of Jodie Burrage. That'll be encouraging, because to make the move quickly there, and again, not just get there, but then do something with it as well.
Love 30.
It's a good idea. Saw Burridge a long way back. And Nick, as you mentioned, it's been a physical encounter so far.
Love 40.
I think she thought about it, didn't she, coming forwards off that little short ball, but perhaps was just a little too deep. That's why she didn't make the move in, was a little too much court to actually make up the ground. Decided against it, and because of that, it allowed Jodie Burridge her chance.
Fifteen 40.
Had a breakpoint opportunity in the Arbuthnot service game, the last one she had. Still got a cushion of a couple more here, Burridge. It's a problem, we've only got 4 balls. Tendency to lose your balls. Got to keep an eye on them.
$30-40.
Didn't quite get a weight through the ball, did she? You could see she was just a little bit static as she hit it. The conversion rate on the break points has been a little subpar, isn't it, as well? And that just gets in your head sometimes when you've had as many chances as she's had to break over the duration of this match. You can play with your mind a little bit.
Game, Burridge.
She does
Burridge
capitalise
4 games to 3 seconds set.
on the final of the 3 in that
Number
game
1
for
set.
Burridge. And gives herself that cushion of a break in set number 2. First match of day 1 on the centre court here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. Just to update you on what's taking place elsewhere. The one other match in action between Nell Miller and Sasha Hill. This is the Division 1 singles, and it was Hill who took the first set 6-4, but Miller is fighting back with a 4-2 lead in set number 2. As you mentioned, it's a behind closed doors event, but there are the people who are working here, training here, watching a little bit of tennis when they can.
LTA have done a great job, as they did at the Battle of the Brits a few weeks ago, to ensure that all the guidelines are met, and there's a lot of them, I can tell you that. You know, it's certainly not simple these days, as you so rightly suggested. There's
Time.
much criteria that needs to be met in terms of safety. Obviously, Jamie Murray had a big role a couple of weeks ago here, and Barry Fulch is the man that's been working with his team behind the scenes here to put this together.
So Burridge with the set, and now the break advantage in set 2.
First serve. $15 love. Yeah. Taylor. Love.
Again, tremendous length kept from Jodie Burrage under pressure there, not dropping the ball short, so it didn't allow Emily Arbuthnot the chance to the shorter ball to work with, to look to get forwards.
She's looking for her 11th win in 12 matches since the lockdown eased Jodie Burrage, and with the break of serve and just that comfortable consolidation, she is now a game away from her first win of this week, the Progress Tour Women's Championships, that falls under the month of the LTA's return to elite competition, a chance for the players to get back and get competing.
Love.
Both players will be taking part in the Premier Doubles competition.
Trying to go lower than that.
15 all.
Great play from Burrage, able to get so far up the court, make her presence felt, do the damage. And you heard the thoughts of Arbuthnot at the end of that point.
Second serve. Fifteen 30. 40.
Match points, Burridge. Again, great court positioning from Burridge, holding onto that baseline, stepping inside. And now a couple of points to close out this first match of the Progress Tour Women's Championships here at the National Tennis Centre in London.
Game, set, match. Burridge, 2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-3.
Unfortunate for Arbuthnot that it was a double fault that would finish things off. They have the racket tap at the end of the contest, but a great win for Jodie Burridge. Now 11 wins in 12 matches since lockdown eased, and that's a straight set 6-2, 6-3 win for the world number 298. 21 years of age, Jodie Burridge. She won an event at St George's Hill last week in the first week of the LTA's return to elite competition that took place here indoors. She was runner-up to Emma Raducanu, so everything going as she would have wanted, having spent the time in lockdown working on fitness, getting herself back to a position she had hoped that she'd be able to qualify for the Australian Open coming through into the start of next year, but this has turned into a very, very different year, and now it's about getting the fitness, getting the matches, and for Jodie Burridge, getting the win. Once all the jewellery is back on, she'll be speaking to Nick Lester, which is why you haven't heard Nick for a little bit. He's in position as Emily Arbuthnot, who woke up this morning believing she was playing in a Division 1 singles match, but due to the withdrawal of Eden Silva, Arbuthnot, back from Stanford University, she has an option to go back there and continue studying after 4 years at the university, but found herself playing in the Premier Singles. So a good experience. She talked about the exposure and one of the big positives of the Progress Tour. It's not just the fact that the players can earn from this, but it's also the exposure. People getting to know the British women who are out there plying their trade week in, week out on a normal year, and part of the LTA's return to elite competition. But it is Jodie Burridge with a straight sets 6-2, 6-3 win. There'll be a socially distanced post-match interview, as you can see, with the way the microphones are set up, and it's going to be Nick. Very shortly, they look like they're about to both burst into song, but it is going to be an interview, and it's going to be Nick Lester who's carrying that out. The conclusion of the first match, Jodie Burridge, a winner in straight sets, 6-2, 6-3.
Thank you. I think I just hit a little bit of a bigger ball against Emily. She gets a lot of balls back, but I think I was very patient, and then finally the last one came, so I could finish the points. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of matches. This is my 12th match in 13 days, I think. So I am feeling it a bit, and I think out there I was getting a bit stroppy with myself because my legs just weren't moving like they were. I think that was a bit of nerves too, first round here. But yeah, saying that, I mean, I was in some tough, tight situations there, but just felt pretty calm actually, because I've been in those situations the last 11 matches. So yeah, I mean, it's good and a bad. Yeah, and I didn't hit yesterday because obviously I went 11 matches in a row to Sunday, had a day off yesterday, and then yeah, coming out here it's so different. Like the points are so much longer than indoors, and yeah, it's just a whole different game really.
Your game. I know things have changed, but from a progress point of view, how happy are where you're at right now?
Yeah, I mean, even throughout lockdown I've made a lot of progress physically. It might not have shown today, so legs a bit heavy and stuff, but I've been moving a lot better. And with that comes the mental side. The mental side for me is something that I've been working on as well. And yeah, I got through some tight situations there, which maybe I would have crumbled a little bit in the past. But yeah, and then with actually hitting my shots, I feel like I'm hitting quite a good ball, making a lot more balls than I used to. So with everything that's happened, I actually feel like I've come out of it better than I was before.
Brilliant. Well done today. Thanks,
Thank
Jodie.
you. Thanks.
So Jodie Burridge, our first winner on day one of the Progress Women's Championships. Progress to a day one. And a good win for Burridge. She mentioned the leg's a little bit heavy, but she's played an awful lot of tennis, so she'll be delighted with her opponent having changed this morning to have come through with a straight sets win, 6-2, 6-3. There will now be a thorough antiviral cleaning regime that takes place on the centre court before the next couple of players are called. As you can see there on your screen, it will be Freya Christie against Maya Lumsden. Christie only recently was moved from Division 1 singles up into this Premier Singles group. Christie's 643 in the rankings at the moment. As I say, I'm not sure how too much weight we're putting on these rankings, but just to give you a picture of where they are in their careers. And Maya Lumsden, Scotland's top-ranked female player, 368 in the world. They're both 22 years of age. And there's a little bit of history between the two, because this is going to be a fourth meeting. We can add on some more meetings because they've actually met a couple of times in doubles as well. But most recently on a singles court, it was in Sunderland in 2017 in the final, and that one went the way of Maya Lumsden. So we are up and ready. You made it back very quickly from the court, Nick.
Yes, short dash.
It was, wasn't it? Interesting, though, to hear from Jodie just talking about how maybe previous times she would have crumbled, but she's been working on some different things. She did get a little bit stroppy, using her own words, but she was able to refocus and get the job done.
Yeah, and it's tough when you've played that many matches, you know, as she says, it's been intense the last couple of weeks for her. So that takes a toll mentally. You know, it does become tiring and you have to reset, especially at the start of a new week. You've played a couple of weeks, you've won a tournament, you then have to go again. You know, so often we see players having won a tournament, then the next week suddenly they struggle a little bit their first couple of matches. So I think that is what will please probably David Felgate and the team as much as anything, just her ability just to dig deep, really, when it was a little tough out there, because it was difficult today.
Second match of 5 taking place on the centre court, but we have 4 singles for you. They're all going to be involving, if you're just joining us, the round robin matches and the Premier Singles split into the 2 groups. We now move into the Elena Baltacha group for this match, involving Freya Christie and Maya Lumsden. And we have, like we had in the first match, another contrast in styles, with Freya Christie a big hitting powerful player. Maya Lumsden likes to mix things up with a few tricks in the drop shots and the slices, so it's going to be really interesting. And as I mentioned, they met on the junior circuit a couple of times. Most recently they met Sunderland 2017, so they know each other very, very well. And it's going to be interesting, you add into that Maya Lumsden won the title last week here at the NTC. Yeah,
another player who's obviously been in some good form and had used to the conditions again, especially having played outdoors, although a fair few matches last week actually here were moved indoors due to the rain, so they had that element to go with. But Scottish number 1, Maya Lumsden, who has a coach who played to a good level as well, Ewan McGinn. Was a good player, was Ewan, based up at Stirling. They've got a good setup there at Stirling University. Was named as one of the national academies up there, wasn't it, as well, with Loughborough, so they received a huge boost last year.
Got Maya Lumsden on the left of your screen, just doing a little bit of re-gripping there, as everything is explained to them, because things are different as they are for everybody in life at the moment, but slightly different in terms of when the ball changes are taking place, what takes place, who's around, what they have to remember to do. Freya Christie calling heads. Maya Lumsden's won the toss and she's elected to receive. Just getting that grip sorted out, finishing things off. Saw Freya Christie warming up with Jodie Burridge earlier when we arrived out here today. They're going to be partnering up in the doubles, in the Premier Doubles division. conditions, you've just been outside. How are they looking now?
Yeah, it's blustery. It's pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
And I think Jodie summed it up well, didn't it? You just have to work harder, for your point. Simple as that. It's a tougher challenge on a day like today than it is when the balls are flying around, because also the longer the rally, obviously the ball gets a bit more fluffed up. The Babolat balls here we're using this week on what is quite a slow court, so yeah, just a little bit more testing, requires a bit more patience.
Let's have a look at Freya Christie. You see their ranking of 643. She did get as high as 286 in the world in October 2016, just 22 years of age. Mark Taylor, she is working with, trains at the Nottingham Tennis Centre, did previously work and sometimes still does at the JTC down here in London. And she's also, as we were discussing between ourselves a little bit earlier, a task and a player coach for the University of Nottingham.
Yeah, keeps busy up there, doesn't she? A number of different roles. Often good for a player, that, just to see what it's like on the other side of the other side of the coin, if you like, just to do a bit of coaching work, just see the game from a different perspective. I think that's important, but she's certainly got some good perspective with her family, as you were telling me. Obviously, her mum is a nurse, isn't she? She's been kept very busy over the last few months, obviously.
Yeah, Mum Carol's working for the NHS and said it was very emotional when they had the clapping for carers on a Thursday and they were standing in their street, and everybody, knowing what her mother does, was applauding the work she has been doing and continues to do so. I think Freya Christie said her goal at the start of lockdown was to speak Spanish, but it hasn't happened.
If she did it that in 3 months, that would have been impressive, wouldn't it?
But there's still time.
There is. Might be a lot of time, you never know.
Yeah, we just don't know how things are going to go. Maya Lumsden, I don't think Spanish was on her agenda during lockdown. You see there the current ranking and where she got to in terms of a career high, same age as Freya Christie, and she did win the LTA's return to elite competitions second week of competitions. That was last week, and as Nick said, she's currently Scotland's top-ranked female player. She trains at Stirling University. She was mentored by Judy Murray when she was younger, and it's probably not going to surprise you to know that her idol is Andy Murray. Injured at the end of 2019 and ill at the start of 2020, so hadn't played a tournament since September 2019. So she said she lost a lot of fitness, and again, as we've talked about some of the other players, playing in these events was about working on the fitness and finding out exactly where she is.
Yeah, I think she had mumps, didn't she, at the start of the year? Obviously a very, very disturbing time for her. Wasn't able to do anything aside from just rest and try and get it out of her system, and the illness that she had last year. So it's obviously meant that she's not been able to train. And of course, with lockdown also in Scotland coming a little bit, easing a little bit later. I think it was a couple of weeks later, wasn't it, behind England? That's why she took the opportunity last week to play rather than jumping straight in the week before, because of course we have had, this is the third week now of competition here after the Battle of the Brits. So she just chose to have an extra week of training because wasn't able to hit too many balls back up in Scotland until more recently. But was a very, very good junior. You go back to her record, Maya Lumsden, at sort of 12, 13, 14. I think she won the Orange Bowl, Tarbes. These are all, very, marquee events in the kind of the junior side of the tennis game. She really did do some good things at that level.
She was able to train a little bit with her brother, who returned from university in Washington, and she was getting some volley practicing with her grandma.
Nice.
There you go. Just going to use your family.
Yes. Nice to have a grandma that can hit a good volley.
And you can socially distance volleying as well. You can have your 2 meters apart.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to get involved in times like these.
Too true.
I've been homeschooling. Something I hope is going to come to an end soon.
Not signing up for that, G.
Not signing up for that. I have even more admiration than I ever did for teachers. Although everyone says that children listen less to their parents than to other people, which is a definite fact.
That's Ed Corrie there, who was a good player. Ed was about 200 in the men's game and now works for the LTA. He's a hitting partner / sort of coach. He helps look at the players' schedules. A guy from Hertfordshire who was
30 seconds.
Very fine player was Ed. Still is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and we do have this contrast of styles that we're going to see here with that heavy strike and the weight of shot from Freya Christie, and yet Lumsden, we are going to get a little less pace but more variety.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's got a fair few tools, certainly from what we have seen from her and what we've heard about her game. See, the one thing she has been a little bit short on, obviously, is that element of competition. Hasn't really had too many matches to speak of. but was playing well before the injury and the illness and the break. Was up at 250 in the world, so was tracking in the right direction, making some good progress.
So our second match of the day on centre court, Freya Christie against Maya Lumsden.
First set. Freya Christie to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15. Fifteen all. Thirty, 15.
Just
30 all.
be a little more aggressive with the second serve. Freya Christie is currently ranked 643 in singles, but 300 in the doubles game. Out of Nottingham, as Gigi was saying. Mark Taylor has been her coach for a number of years now.
$40-30.
Well, the move was a good one. Just seemed to maybe just take her eye off it temporarily. actually played a singles match since September of last year, Maya Lumsden, until her return to action last week.
Juice.
Frustrating times when you look at the move she made. Was outside the top 300 at the start of last year, ended up at 250 in September, was starting to really build some momentum, win a lot of matches, and
Advantage, Christie. There's one there. Gain, Christie. First game.
yeah, one thing you certainly talking to Maya Lumsden's coaches, they talk about court craft, how well she reads the game and what she anticipates. Obviously has the ability to use the slice a lot, good variety in her game. Backhand being the stronger of the two sides.
Maya Lumsden to serve.
Beat Alicia Dudonné in the final of the British Tour last week. Very close contest as well, 11-9 in the final set tiebreak. Of course, we were playing match tiebreaks here last week in the British Tour.
All.
Nicely done.
15.
Just using that vision that she has, the ability to open the court up with the short forehand.
$40-15. Game.
And a good hold
Lumsden.
from the Scottish
1
number
game
1.
all.
It's been really 3 years of good progression in terms of her world ranking. Ended 2017 at 580, a year later was at 370, and then a year on was at 250, so the progression, the curve has been an upward one so far in her career.
Love 15.
Freya Christie, who played a fair few matches last week as well over at St George's Hill. Won 5 of the 6 matches she played there last week in the group stages. Win over Naomi Brody along the way, lost to Jodie Burrage in the end.
Love 30. Fifteen 30. Fifteen 40.
That's what Maya Lumsden wants to do, wants to engage in those sorts of rallies. That's really playing on her terms.
just one
The
come
use
in.
of just changing the pace,
Thank
changing
you.
the height, making life difficult, putting your opponent in uncomfortable parts of the court. That's unlucky. It was a very good
30,
return
40.
initially, just to absorb the pace.
Juice.
It's done very well because the
Advantage,
short slice was
Christie.
a difficult one. Managed to get up there nice and quickly. Good weight to the forehand. Watch that carefully because there's a lot of spin to it, so it will just check on the court there. Nicely done.
wait, please wait, wait. Is that all right, Maya? Game. Christy.
Just
Christy
failing
leads
to
by 2
get out of the
games
way
to
of that
1,
one.
first
Misjudged
set.
it. And Freya Christie, it is at a hold to lead 2-1 here in this opening set. Just played a couple of events at the start of the year. Had Freya Christie before the pandemic struck. Played some events in Glasgow's really been playing at $25,000 level for the most part last season on the ITF circuit, trying to collect enough points and see how she goes in terms of moving up the rankings. Struggled a bit in 2018 with some injury problems that didn't really allow her to compete as much as she perhaps would have wanted.
Time. Loud 15.
Just pulled off that one a little too soon. The central return, just not quite showing the patience required. It couldn't have been easy last week, having not played at all this year, having had those 4 match wins.
15-30.
That's the good news for Tennis Scotland.
30-all.
Coming back in February, they were going to receive a lot more injection of cash, doubling its budget, in fact, in a new agreement with the LTA. So those north of the border will, Tennis Scotland will have a little bit more money to invest. £12 million is the package over 2.5 years. And of course,
30-40.
with Stirling now one of the major academies, the major hotspots. Great facility they have up there.
Christy. Christy leads by 3 games to 1.
Gigi Salmon alongside Nick Lester here at Roehampton for day one of this brand new event. Barry Fulcher, the man who certainly has instigated it. Barry's been working very hard over the last 6 to 8 weeks to really get this event up and running.
Yeah, Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols all work closely with Barry Fulcher and have done a great job.
Yeah, for those unaware, the Progress Tour has been going a couple of years. They have a lot of events. They're nationwide now, hand in hand with the UTR, the Unique Tennis Ranking, which seems to have been picking up some momentum, doesn't it, over the last 18 months. The UTR is a way of kind of getting a grip of where a player's at, based on matches, games won, type of opponent.
Got a heavy strike on her, Freya Christie. She's one of those players who, when she gets in that zone, can be very tricky, but we've talked about the conditions. A bit breezy today, a little cooler. Indoors last week, largely indoors, depending where they were playing. There were 2 tournaments taking place. Another player, Christie, who one of the goals this year was to stay healthy, keep the body together. During lockdown, she practiced her serve with the help of a large bath mat pegged to the washing line.
I knew you'd have something like that up your sleeve, Zhish. Hey, listen, you've got to find ways and means any which way.
Well, she was doing the forehands, the backhands and the volleys on the wall by the house.
Yeah.
And her mother said, not a chance of you serving against the house because you knock out a window.
Oh, my word.
So then it was the bath mat and the washing line.
Didn't trust her daughter very much. She thought she was going to knock a window out.
Well, she just knows the weight of that shot, the weight of that serve. I mean, taking her now to a 4-1 first set lead. But as we've talked about again, in these times, you've just got to make it work. Whether you're using your grandmother to volley, in Lumsden's case, or a bath mat for your serving on a washing line.
Just work it out.
Just get the job done.
Yeah, I think probably one of the things you talked to players about, routine was very important, wasn't it? Not just for athletes, but for everyone. I think having that routine, having that structure of what you're going to do from the physical standpoint, which is obviously the only area of the actual game you can actually work on, was very important. For this lady, it was just about trying to get healthy again and trying to recover, and obviously it has been a difficult period for her in her career.
Christie's spoken a little bit about how she has been staying fit. These HIIT sessions on Zoom, yoga on Zoom, your conferencing call app website of choice.
Love 15.
I think the thing about tennis is obviously it's a very physical sport. I think, I remember talking to Matt Little a few weeks ago, and he's sort of very much of the opinion that players in their developmental years really need to know how much to train and how much to back off. He perhaps feels that a lot of players, when they're growing up in that kind of maybe 14 to 18 age bracket, overdo it. They do too much because they don't necessarily have the knowledge behind them in terms of the data to understand when to actually to pull back a little bit, and that's so key because obviously you're building your body, you're building your strength up, and it really is critical, you know, to ensuring that players are able to stay healthy, having that knowledge.
And it's so individual. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I mean, you're looking here at two different body shapes, two different styles. You have to handle each person as an individual.
Yeah. Yeah, a number of players this week are also wearing the wearable technology in matches to give them an opportunity to understand more about the physical effort that's being used out there, which then relates obviously to how hard training is to match play, gives them an understanding of where the next level is. Connor McLeod is actually the lead strength and conditioning coach here. That's the shot that she looks to try and dictate from. More comfortable off that wing. Again, really nice shoulder turn, nice and simple. It's a body weight through the ball, nice loose wrists as well.
That
was a very good return. Often there's not too many women players who serve and volley out there at any level of the game these days, but that was a great return. Back on her feet.
Juice.
Yeah, it's good work for Christie to pull this game to juice.
Yeah, just enjoying the pace of the ball coming at her off that backhand. It's a flat hit that Maya Lumsden has off the backhand side. Freya Christie really using her legs to get down and just absorb the pace.
Pre-match ritual of Maya Lumsden is a double espresso.
Oof. Each to their own.
Advantage, Lumsden. Game, Lumsden.
Important hole for Maya Lumsden.
Christie is 5-4 games to
Keeping
2.
it to just the one break of serve in favour of Freya Christie. It's the second match of day one on the centre court. We're still going in our first match outside of centre court with Sasha Hill against Nell Miller. 3-2 in favour of Hill in the decider. These are 3 tie-break sets that are to be played. Burridge coming through if you're just joining us. Jodie Burridge against Emily Arbuthnot, who replaced Eden Silver this morning in that match against Burridge. Burridge winning 6-2, 6-3. And Erin Richardson has come through against Danielle Daly, 6-2, 6-1.
15 love.
Mentioned the fact these two have played a couple of times before. Juniors actually played their only professional match was 3 years ago in Sunderland. Lumsden won that one 4-love.
All.
Good use of the variety here, staying nice and low. Didn't quite get hold of the forehand, did she, Freya Christie? Just kind of sat it up, and again, this ball's at a good height, shoulder height. Actually leans the pivot off the front leg. It's really good weight through the back end.
Didn't catch it, should have liked. It was great hustling before that to stay in the point.
Did the right thing, didn't she, as well, because Freya Christie didn't see her coming. Had a good look at it, but just ended up just over swinging at it.
Yeah, she stepped in and took that return serve very early, Maya Lumsden. And now an opportunity for Lumsden to get the break back and get us back level on serve in this first set. And there it is, back on level terms.
Game Lumsden.
Break back.
Christie leads by 4 games to 3.
Didn't quite find the accuracy of the serve, did she? And that was important because it allowed Maya Lumsden to get a good look at the return. Just starting to settle in. We talked about it earlier on, but it can be difficult. You know, it's a new week. It's different conditions, obviously, for Maya having won last week, especially when you've won a tournament like she did last week. The elation of that. She hasn't played many matches at all, really. The first match is almost she's played in 9 months, so suddenly back to competition. Got to reset and go again.
We've talked about the money that they can win that is on offer, £6,000 to whoever wins, which is a large sum of money, especially in these times when tournaments have been cancelled, and especially for the British players, because it's this time of year where they would get opportunities, with it being the grass court season, into tournaments that they might not normally be getting wild cards into. It's a time of year that the players really, really look forward to and haven't had this year.
Watch out.
So back on serve, 3-4 Lumsden.
Love
Obviously,
15.
this side you want to try and get into off the return. Not quite as solid off that wing. The forehand side doesn't quite, you know, he took to the backhand, getting a weight through the ball. Forehand's not quite as natural off that side.
Love 30.
One area of, again, of her game as well that the coaches were talking about is just getting more shape on the second serve. Sometimes doesn't quite get the control on the second serve, Maya Lumsden. Quite get the amount of spin required to bring it down, the actual shape on the serve, something they're trying to look at working on.
Love 40.
Frustration here for Lumsden, having worked so hard to get the break back. Now an opportunity for Christie to put herself in a position to serve for the first set.
15-40.
Didn't really need to take it on. I'll be careful. As chances can come and go. So on back cross court to the forehand would have been sufficient. Keep the pressure on.
Game. Christie.
She regains the lead, she regains the break. Freya Christie.
Christie leads by 5 games to 3.
Plenty going on in
First
that
set.
rally, wasn't there? Lots of variety. Freya Christie did very well to make a couple of good adjustments. And again, sometimes you don't have pace on the ball on the forehand. It's a shot you're not as comfortable hitting. You have to generate your own pace. It is just a little trickier if you don't have the confidence in it. And Freya Christie's done well.
Sun desperately trying to fight its way through the clouds that have gathered. A lot of rain overnight across the country. So Freya Christie with a chance to serve out for the first set.
Love 15.
So asking about the serve, I think whether the serve was good. Didn't really do enough with the first volley. You want to test Lumsden on the forehand as well, going to the backhand side, just giving her a target she likes.
Fifteen-all. Fifteen. 30-15.
Set points for Freya Christie. World ranking of 643, but October 2016 did get as high as 286 in the world and has been as high as 192 in doubles. So it's a little bit of everything to her game, Freya Christie, and chances now for the set. And that's it.
Game. And first set, Christie.
Just needed
By
the
6
first
games
set
to
point.
3.
As you can hear from Kelly Thompson, our chair umpire. 6 games to 3. Slightly topsy-turvy at times, that first set, Nick, but it's Freya Christie that gets the set on the board.
Yeah, I think just a little bit too erratic, really. Primarily Maya Lumsden was making too many errors. And that last point was, I think, an illustration of just a bit of frustration on her part. Hasn't quite found her game. Having to go again this week, as I mentioned, having played so well last week to win. Both players obviously playing a lot of tennis over the course of the last 7 days, but just a bit more consistency, I think, required overall from the Scottish number 1. She's to try and find her way back in here.
Day 1 of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. Just to remind you about the premier singles groups that we have, named after former British number 1s. We are currently in Group Elena Baltace, which features Katie Swan, world ranking of 254. She was a wild card into this event. Freya Christie and Maya Lumsden, who we have in front of us, and Alicia Barnett. Swan and Barnett will feature following this singles match. And then we have Group Anne Keothavong. We saw Jodie Burridge and Emily Arbuthnot a little earlier, Alice Gillen and Katie Bolter to come. And that completes your premier singles groups.
Second set, Lumsden to serve.
And everything for Lumsden to do here. Christie is set to the good.
Love 15.
You can follow the Progress Tour on Twitter and Instagram, see profiles of the players who are competing, interviews, orders of play, lots of other bits and pieces, as we get to know some of the most highly ranked British female tennis players.
Second serve. Love 30.
Really big hitting from Freya Christie, who, as we've touched on, when she is on, is very, very on, has a very big strike, heavy hitting of the ball.
(15-30).
The LTA sent Maya Lumsden some equipment, as they did to a number of players, to help with the fitness during lockdown. Talk about the bikes that were sent out, and some had weights, make their own makeshift gyms. Lumsden's ambition is to be top 50. Still just 22 years of age.
(30-40).
Early opportunity here for Christie to strike. Carry on that momentum from closing out set 1.
Gain, Christie.
And unfortunately for Lumsden, there it is, a
First
double
game,
fault,
second
just
set.
trying to go too much with the second serve, under pressure from Christie, who is stepping in. it's Freya Christie who does continue that momentum from the first set by breaking for 1-love in the second. We are keeping up to date with events elsewhere. There are 3 courts that are being used across the Progress Tour Women's Championship this week. They are all separately fenced. They are complete individual entities with all the precautions that need to be taken. We've had 2 results. The results on the centre court here that saw Jodie Burrage win through against Emily Arbuthnot. We've had Erin Richardson defeat Danielle Daly in straight sets 6-2, 6-1. And Sasha Hill, Nell Miller has gone the distance, but a little bit of daylight now for Hill at 5-3 in the deciding set. So the court's outside of centre, where the round-robin Premier doubles are taking place together with the Division 1 singles. So lots to keep an eye on. We're going to keep you across as much as possible. And I should say in Division 1 singles we have the Annabelle Croft and the Sam Smith groups.
Love 15. Let's first serve. Love 30.
Good trading from the back of the court from Lumsden. Just opened up the door a little bit to see if she can get back on track as early as possible in set 2. The winner, as we mentioned, in week 2 of the LTA's return to elite competition, a competition that's running throughout the month of July.
It's
also a very unique time because a number of these girls, as we've mentioned, have taken the US route. They're out there studying, training and playing in America. So at this time of year they wouldn't be here. So to get this group of players together at this time, that sums up how Freya Christie feels about that. Immediate opportunities for Lumsden to get back on serve.
Forty. Game.
A really good point from Lumsden.
Lumsden.
Game.
1 game all, second set. New balls, please.
Christie summing up her own game. A poor game. And she will feel it is so because she's been broken back, having had that advantage early on. Four balls being used. I'll change those balls after 11 games. Behind closed door event. Just the people here who are here going about their daily business, their jobs, training, working, coaching. This event due to be an outdoor event, and hopefully if the weather holds firm, which it's due to do, but we're not going to rely too much on the British weather. So a game apiece, a break apiece.
Love 15.
Good coverage up at
Love
the net
30.
from Christie. Brought in on the favoured shot of Lumsden, the drop shot. That together with her backhand down the line are the two shots that stand out for her.
Fifteen 30.
Oh, beautifully played
30 all.
at the right time with Christie so far back. Going in the wrong direction. So from love 30, pulls it to 30 all.
Forty 30.
Both players have played a number of matches in recent times, so should both have confidence, including the title for Lumsden last week. So they've been able to shake off a little bit of the lockdown rust.
Let's first serve. Game. Lumsden.
So from love 30, it's a hold
Lumsden
for
lead
Maya
by 2
Lumsden.
games to 1. Second set. First set, Christie.
Nickname Maya the Bee. You can see that very large bee on her racket bag. A result for you from elsewhere on day one of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. And Sasha Hill has come through a battle against Nell Miller. 6-3 in the third, playing 3 tie-break sets this week at the National Tennis Centre that you can see in your picture there. It's a wonderful facility. Playing host to the LTA's Return to Elite competition. Within that, we have the Progress Tour Women's Championships with a prize of £6,000 awaiting the winner. And in these times of not playing, not working, not earning,
Time.
following this match we'll have Katie Swan, a wild card into the event against Alicia Barnett, who played a large role in bringing together the Progress Tour. And that will be followed by Alice Gillen against Katie Bolter, and then doubles to round off day one.
Love.
As a task and player coach for the University of Nottingham, Freya Christie, I mentioned that she wanted to speak Spanish by the end of lockdown. It didn't happen, but she has been busy because together with the training she's been checking in with the players at the University of Nottingham to see how they are doing, keep them motivated.
Cross wide. She did call it. Yeah. Yeah.
Callie Thompson in the chair. Players calling the lines.
all.
Lovely angle off the return of serve from Lumsden.
$15.30.
Lovely little exchange up at the net, but it's Lumsden who comes out on top. And opportunities now to get the advantage. She has already broken once in this set. That was to break back. Now a chance to have a little bit of daylight. Gigi Salmon and Nick Lester in the commentary box for day one and match two of the Progress Tour Women's Championships.
Excellent short volley, very effective, especially on the nowadays with the slower courts that generally seem to have taken over the game. It's a little tougher for that first volley to really get a lot of help from the court, so the short volleys have become an integral part of the game.
First serve.
couple of points for Christie, getting forward,
Yes.
using that weight of shot, saving a couple of break points in the process. Just a reminder to follow at the Progress Tour on Twitter. There's an interview up there at the moment with Erin Richardson, who came through against Danielle Daly, 6-2, 6-1. Other interviews to follow. There'll be one with Jodie Burridge going up in the near future. And you can just keep up to date with everything that is happening from here at the
Advantage, Christie.
National Tennis Centre.
Yeah, a lot of players floating around, of course, as well. Kyle Eben was here earlier on. Dan Evans, I think, was here last week, wasn't he? Jamie Murray has been training here as well. Reopened its doors in the middle of May. I think it was May the 15th. They opened the National Tennis Centre again, and it's become a real hub for players to come and train here.
Oh, it's lovely from Lumsden.
Juice.
Yeah, it's where the second serve is a little short here. It allows Lumsden to really dictate the angle she wanted as well, so knew her opponent was in trouble and is going to get the short high reply.
Advantage, Lumsden.
A better forehands of the day, wasn't it? Just a bit more height, and therefore it had more shape, so it really took off when it bounced. Got Freya Christie moving backwards. Excellent finish.
First serve. Game, Lumsden.
There's the break. Third break point opportunity
Lumsden leads
in
by
that game for
3
Lumsden.
games to 1, second sets.
I think Freya Christie was disappointed because the return was a fairly simple one. It just didn't really seem to come through, and again, just a little bit sloppy with the feet has allowed Maya Lumsden to get the break.
Competing against each other on the court, and also
First
with the
serve.
computer games.
Ooh.
These two have been having some epic, their words, Nintendo Mario Kart battles.
Wow.
Apparently, it can get
15
very,
love.
very competitive.
I can imagine.
My 5-year-olds play that.
Do they?
Not very well. There's lots of screaming. They come 12th out of 12th, and they're kind of like, yeah, I've done it. You're like,
Okay.
well, a little bit of work to be done there.
They don't compete against each other, do they?
Yes.
Oh, they do?
I don't play.
Okay.
Not a chance. So I
15
think
all.
the standard will be a little bit different when these two get behind the controls. Right, tennis players, athletes, you are competitive beasts, whatever it may be.
Definitely.
Let's. First
I
serve.
remember working with Jill Kravis, and Played tiddlywinks with her. She broke half the tiddlywinks.
Really?
Such was her competitive nature.
Wow. Wouldn't think you'd have such a mild-mannered lady, would you, as Jill?
Unbelievable. I didn't think you could break a tiddlywink. But eventually we ran out. I got a little bit scared and the game stopped.
How is Jill? Back in the
Yeah, she's
States,
doing well.
busy with her chocolate business?
Yep, a few of the shops where she sells her truffles,
Yeah.
high-end truffles,
40,
made
50.
from all very. She told me they're the healthiest chocolate you can buy.
Oh, really?
I know she's trying to sell them, but at the same time, they've only got 3 ingredients.
Yeah.
Very healthy, very good for you. And I think she's had to actually farm it out a bit because there's too many to make.
Wow. Just
40,
anticipated
30.
the drop shot well. Got a little chip this as well at the end of a decent run. You can see where Maya has just got caught with her position.
Should also tell you we're underway with Olivia Nichols and Victoria Allen, but it's the very early stages.
Game. Lumsden.
She'll be happy she's able
Lumsden
to
leads by 4 games to 1.
consolidate the break,
Sets.
Maya
First
Lumsden.
sets, Christie.
Just give herself a little bit of breathing room. But it's been very this way and that, this match.
It's not had too much in terms of rhythm, has it? In terms of both players perhaps playing well at the same time.
I imagine I know ultimately you step out on the court, you want to win. I imagine even in practice matches they want to win. But aside from that, you've got your separate goals, whether you are coming back from an injury or you're in peak condition and you should be I imagine there's also, you have to always look at the wider picture of where you're at and what you're doing at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I think it's... players often talk about, you know, the sort of big picture, don't they, in terms of where they are and where their games are. I think for Maya, you know, clearly having not played for quite some time, you know, being out almost 9 months, really, having not been able to compete a whole lot for her, it's just about trying to find her feet, see where she's at, get the match fitness back, isn't it, as well, for all these players. It's been so good to see that the competition has been put on by the LTA and private investors over at St George's Hill. Barry, of course, and the team here that he's worked so hard to put together. Starting to grow in confidence a bit, isn't she?
50.
In the backhand doing a lot of the work to set the points up for her.
Heavy serving from Christie. She managed to play 4 matches in 2020 before lockdown came about, Christie, and ITF events in Glasgow, Sunderland, and then the final event for her was in Tunisia.
Oh, did she make it?
15-30.
I think she did.
Yes, she did.
Second serve.
You know, just the little adjustment step she took as she struck the last ball here, just ensuring she's getting her feet in the perfect position.
Yeah, she likes to get it on that forehand side.
Frustration because the movement up to the little drop shot was good, wasn't it? Just broke the wrist a little too much. That was why it stayed down.
An opportunity now for Lumsden to get the double break in this second set.
Game. Lumsden.
And there it is, the double break for Maja
Lumsden
Lumsden,
leads by
who's
5
come from a
games to
breakdown
1,
in this second set, losing her serve in the very first game of set 2. But now she finds herself in a very comfortable and commanding position in set 2.
Just been more consistent, isn't she? As well, there were a lot of errors in the opening set, but just playing more solid tennis, keeping the ball in play. Perfect example there, just letting your opponent miss.
Love 15. First serve. Love 30.
It wasn't the cleanest forehand, but it got away with it. Slightly missed time, but just enough spin to bring it down.
Fifteen 30.
It was a tough volley to
15,
hit low
40.
because the ball was up high, almost around head height, so trying to deaden the pace from up there is not an easy thing to do. Tough to control.
30-40. Juice. Advantage, Christie. First serve. Juice.
That's a great serve. Flat one out wide. Pretty consistent ball toss, so it generally makes the serve a little more difficult to read.
It was a good deep return from Christie that put her in a commanding position in that point.
Advantage,
And
Christie.
it's given her another opportunity to get one of these breaks back.
Emma frustrated because she was really behind the ball there. It wasn't like it was too far away from her, just didn't quite attack the slice.
Game, Christie.
And that is one of the breaks back for Freya
Lumsden
Christie.
leads by 5 games to 2.
The slightly
Second
erratic
sets.
nature of
First
this
sets,
contest
Christie.
continues. Christie with that first set, and still the 5-2 advantage for Maya Lumsden. We've talked a lot about lockdown tales, what people have got up to. These two have been gaming. There was Spanish on the agenda for Christie for a while.
Yep.
Do you have a lockdown tale? What have you achieved in lockdown?
We had twins, which is...
There we go.
I guess that's a tale. Is that a tale? I don't know.
Well, it's what I say, it's a sleepless tale?
Yes, it is for my wife, that's for sure. It is, yeah, it's been a busy few months, that's for sure, back at home.
Yeah.
We followed your lead, Gigi. Followed your lead.
Well, we've made it to the age that they're 5, and we're still sane, and we're still okay. The lockdown was, I think it was interesting, difficult, fun, all those different things for everybody, whoever
Yeah.
you are. I did discover a love of courgettes in lockdown.
Did you? Amazing what you, with time on your hands, how things can change.
They're a very useful vegetable, Nick.
Yeah. You'll have to enlighten me. You have to sell it to me as and when you get the opportunity.
I will do. Day 1, Progress Tour Women's Championships, National Tennis Centre. Second match of 5 that we'll be with you for. Gigi Sam, Nick Lester, Naomi Cavaday and Rob Curling.
Love 15.
But because she hits the slice so well, it's actually quite a tough shot to see coming. You know, you sort of see her set up like this, you think it's going to be deep, and then suddenly, great feel just to be able to change it up like that.
Love 30. From here it looked like.
Yeah, I think it did look just wide, didn't it?
Christie's not sure, but call stands. Players calling the lines, and the chair umpire, in this case Kelly Thompson, can get involved, and she felt it was the right call.
Just got caught again, Maya Lumsden, in many ways, by hitting the drop shot, the backhand.
There's one inside
There,
of
Freya
that
Christie was
apron
able
as
to
well.
see it coming and just chip up the line. Proved to be a good one, turned the point in her favour.
All.
It's about it before, but this doesn't quite get her weight through the forehand this year. She does the backhand, very much able to use the body weight, whereas the forehand just doesn't quite have the same feel. Doesn't quite get the body rotation through it.
Serve coinciding with our first slither of sunshine that's broken free from the clouds.
Advantage, Lumsden.
Just going for too much. Need to be that good. Lumsden was out of court.
A little pep talk to herself there from Freya Christie, but what it has done is given Maya Lumsden a set point.
No. No.
Ooh.
Juice.
First time I've seen that today. Of course, umpires can overrule, as was the case there.
forgot to call it quicker though. Pardon? Well, it was, but you didn't call it. So now.
I think the reluctance to call probably came about as a result of the previous one, didn't it? She was just a little bit reluctant to actually make a call, having been overruled the previous point.
Kelly Thompson saying you have to use your voice. You are calling the lines.
Yeah.
I can overrule, but I can't call.
Juice.
So quick and clear are the instructions from the chair on the line calls.
Advantage,
Can you
Christy.
look at the position she's in to hit the forehand? Just needs a bit more time, doesn't she? It was a good hit, but she's not quite as comfortable holding her court position. Maya Lumsden off the forehand side, she's always kind of feel like the weight's moving backwards.
Juice.
Yeah, great get from Lumsden into our longest game of the second set.
It was a decent return, and what it did was it forced Freya Christie to take her hand off, so she couldn't get there in time, and the slice really wasn't good enough. You could see she's there with plenty of time. Plenty of options.
Advantage, Lumsden. And second set, Lumsden, by 6 games to 2.
So we'll be heading into a decider. Still hard to get much rhythm in this contest, but it was Lumsden that took her opportunities in the end, and that is why we will find ourselves going the distance with a third set very shortly.
Yeah, just a little more consistent, really. Maya Lumsden overall, I think, in that second set, bouncing back nicely, as you mentioned, from being broken at the start of the second. Perhaps struggling a little bit after what was a busy week for her last week, getting back in action. But, just able to, again, use the variety that she has in her game, just change the pace, give her opponents some different looks, and a few more errors from Freya Christie overall. But not a whole lot in it, has to be said.
Elsewhere, we have a match underway with Victoria Allen and Olivia Nichols. It is 4-3 in favour of Nichols. Nichols will be out on centre court a little later in the doubles, teaming up with Alicia Barnett. Along with tournament director Barry Fulcher, they've been instrumental in getting the Progress Tour off the ground. Following this match, we have Alicia Barnett against Katie Swan. forget to keep an eye on the social media accounts of the Progress Tour on Instagram and Twitter for interviews with winners, the order of play as it comes out, and any other bits and pieces that you need to know about the tournament that's taking place this week at the National Tennis Centre. Commentary to come every day from Centre Court, all matches on Centre Court covered. An event that showcases best of the British. Fortunately, there were a number of withdrawals in the lead-up due to injury, but a chance for
Final sets.
some of the lesser-known names to be on this stage, be focused and showcased in the media. And also to earn some money, which is a big part of what the Progress Tour is all about.
It's a massive part, isn't it, of what it's about. Of course, as I mentioned, the UTR rating that they use on the Progress Tour, the barometer of where you're at in terms of getting into a tournament as well. I think one of the real problems we've had certainly in this country is keeping people in the game. Gigi, certainly, you know, talking from my perspective of, you know, having sort of not played as much as I used to, but, you know, British tennis has suffered a little bit with sort of keeping players in their 30s and their 40s and their 50s to actually keep competing, because they're going to be a benefit to the next generation in terms of being able just to challenge them, to play a lot of matches, to compete, to get out there. And it's something we talk about a lot, but you see it in different parts of the world, France in particular, and Germany. They have very, very good level of seniors tennis. People stay in the game a lot longer over there. Club structures are obviously very good as well. Such great benefit to have, you know, your adults still playing the game, still challenging the junior players. They learn so much from it.
Game. Lumsden. First game, final set.
So off the mark in this deciding set. It'll be interesting to see the reaction now of Freya Christie. Having lost that second set, got frustrated with herself on a number of occasions. Can she reset and refocus for this decider? It's our regular ball hunt taking place. Kelly Thompson just, I mean, in the chair you've got to keep an eye on the players and where the balls end up.
Yeah, sneak under the railings, don't they?
Yeah.
Suddenly they're gone.
Sneaky little things. Only got 4 of them as well.
Yes.
So if you lose one, you know it.
Babolat providing the balls this year for this event.
Good work from Lumsden there to push Christie back and get her off the baseline.
All. 30-15.
Is pretty special. Too many players can produce a slice forehand like that. You might remember the Romanian player Monica Niculescu. You must remember her.
Wow.
She was unique,
Yes.
wasn't she? She had that particular shot.
Slicing and dicing. Great touch.
Yeah. First time
30-40.
we've seen that sort of error. It was a great serve. Probably would have liked to have done a little bit more with the drive volley, in truth, and that would have given her perhaps a point-ending shot, but you know, poor miss.
Game.
Maya Lumsden, much more the settled of the two out here at the beginning of the deciding
two
set.
games to love.
He's heard
Final
that from
set.
Kelly Thompson in the chair. She's got the early break in the decider. Looks the calmer, the more composed of the two at this stage. Took a while to settle into it, but and as I mentioned, both players should have a lot of confidence. Both won a lot of matches, but Lumsden, with that title here last week, maybe just a little bit with the edge.
First serve.
Always run the risk when you do let the ball bounce like that, that you're giving your opponent a bit more of a time to get back in the point, but got away with it in the end.
Love 30. Love 40.
Immediate opportunities here for Freya Christie to get herself on the scoreboard in this deciding set.
It was a good serve, but again, didn't really hit the spot. The fact that it was kind of a little too central allowed Freya Christie to get a good strike on the back end and had the pace to work with as well. So
15-40. $30-40.
No wonder the frustration just didn't get over the ball enough. It was a decent second serve from Lumsden, but fairly cheap backhand.
Advantage,
That's a
Lumsden.
well-constructed point, and again, just getting Freya Christie moving backwards. This would be some game to get out of, wouldn't it, from Love 40?
And she does just that.
Lumsden.
Not only the hole, but also the consolidation
Lumsden
of a
leads
break.
by 3 games to love, final sets.
And the scoreboard looking a little bit healthier for Maya Lumsden at the moment, with that 3-love deciding set lead.
What's happening elsewhere?
I can tell you that Olivia Nichols has come through in the first set against Victoria Allen by 6 games to 3. And we're pretty much up to date with, let me have a look down there, give the results from earlier. That saw Erin Richardson come through against Danielle Daly. Jodie Burridge beat Emily Arbuthnot. We still have 3 matches to come here on centre court. They've all been staggered at different times. Jodie Burridge, first winner. A little bit of a yawn, but she's allowed that because that was a physical encounter for her earlier today.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of weeks, but digging
Time.
in today to get the win. In very different conditions as well. As she said, she didn't actually practice yesterday, which is understandable given the fact she's played 7 straight days.
So Lumsden in control of this deciding set. World ranking of 368 for the Scot. Has been as high as 250 in the world, 22 years of age. Big game now for Christie. Oh, lovely.
Love 15.
He anticipated the ball beautifully, but again, slight danger of just coming in cross court here. You can see Maya Lumsden just waiting for it. If you do come in cross court, you've obviously got a few more angles to cover. And again, coming into the strength of her opponent.
15 all.
Well, I think
You
Freya
didn't call that, right?
Christie thought the serve was
call it.
long, but no call.
It was long. It was like this long.
Oh.
30-15.
Let's make it a little bit more vulnerable, doesn't it? Open to interpretation when you've got players calling their own lines and you've got an umpire who says, I'm not going to interfere because it's your call, and then does actually make the, change it when she's hit a return winner there. So a little bit of a grey area.
Katie Boulter will be in action a little bit later. Back from a back injury, down in the 300s in her ranking, but has a protected ranking of 85 that she was using to get into tournaments before lockdown.
Yeah, do we know if that's still, is the protected ranking still valid for Katie? I was wondering that myself, because you only have a certain amount of time to use it. I think it's on a certain amount of events you can obviously use it in.
I would imagine, like a number of things, it's on hold during this period, like with frozen rankings.
Yeah, it's going to be an 18-month system, isn't it? As it will follow the WTA rankings will follow the ATP rankings.
That's led to a lot of chatter about the US Open. Should that go ahead? Rafa Nadal, for instance, he wins it. Is it worth him going back? I know it's another title, but the points won't change.
No.
$40-30.
And it's also been done, I think it's great that it's been done for those players that don't feel safe to travel for the rest of this year due to everything that's happened. They won't feel the pressure to travel to get or defend points because they can take their best points from the same event last year.
Yeah, it's a safety net, isn't it?
Yeah.
Effectively.
Game. Christie.
Oof. Plumb down the centre from
Lumsden leads by 3
Freya
games
Christie.
to
She
1.
definitely needed to get that game on the board, which she has done.
Frustration because didn't really need to chip the return back, wasn't particularly pacey. Reflection and time to hit through it, but you're just
Maya's
trying to make the
okay.
ball. It's very annoying indeed.
Love.
Well, forehand's just gone astray, isn't it? Just started to lose a bit of confidence in its inside her head a bit.
40-15. It just went inside, yeah. Oh, 30.
That was straight back onto Lumsden off the serve from Christie.
It's amazing when she's hit 3-4 in errors, obviously in the first 3 points. You just let a bit of frustration out and you don't think about it quite so much. You love 40 down, suddenly you're just relaxing, you're just hitting the ball, a little more freedom. Hasn't been able to find a first serve either, Lumsden. Crazy stuff, isn't it? Just skipping around the ball, suddenly not thinking about the shot, the consequences of it.
Olivia Nichols now has a 7-3 lead over Victoria Allen. There's a Division 1 singles round robin match.
Advantage, Christie. First serve. Jerk game.
Disappointing game for Maya Lumsden, especially off the serve, but as Nick mentioned, just a slightly more relaxed
Lumsden
Freya
leads by
Christie.
3 games to 2.
Let her
Final
forehand do the
set.
talking. And we are, as you were, back on serve deciding set.
Time. Love.
Suddenly a bit of momentum, isn't it? 5 points in a row from Love 40 down. 6 points, in fact.
Love.
Looking a lot more relaxed and loose now, Freya Christie.
Love. Game. Christie.
A break followed by a hold to
3
love.
games all, final sets.
The world number 643. And interesting to see Maya Lumsden, who struggled to find a first serve in the game where she was broken. Moved herself into a comfortable position in this deciding set, but now locked at 3 games apiece.
Love 15.
Playing very quickly as well now, Maya Lumsden. Ooh.
15 all.
Wasn't missed by much.
Yeah.
It's good striking of the ball now from Christie.
Yeah, wasn't really working with much. The ball down the middle of the court as well there, the slice backhand. Wasn't really much in terms of angles to work with for it. Just lost her way all of a sudden, really, since being up 40 love at 3-1.
Hasn't been helped by losing the serve, Maya Lumsden. Opportunities now for Christie to nudge ahead in this deciding set. Best of 3 tie-break sets. Well played from Freya Christie.
Christie.
Gets the break,
New ball.
4-3 she leads.
Christie leads by 4 games to 3.
Incredible
Final
turnaround.
sets.
And again, the wide serve, Freya Christie just sitting and waiting on it. Good footwork to get around that one. She really has turned this match around. Didn't look as though there was a whole lot of hope, did she? Mentally, she seemed to be in a fairly dark place at 40 love down, but has done really well just to hang on in there. Give herself a chance to come through this match now.
Now we've talked about the money that can be won here at the Progress Tour. It can make an awful lot of difference with the winner walking away with £6,000, especially with the tour being on hold because of what's been going on in the world and talk of a resumption, but it really is day by day. So tournaments like this where players can get the exposure, get the experience and make some money.
Yeah, it's most definitely welcome, that's for sure. So much discussion, isn't there, in the last few months about trying to help the lower ranked players, trying to trickle the finances down a little bit, see what can be done for those players. Where do you draw the line, and what ranking does a player, should a ranking of a player earn money? Where should there be a line drawn at players making a living? Certainly feel it should be a lot more than there is currently, that's for sure.
A lot of work now for Maya Lumsden to do. She just had her hands on hips, looking, probably wondering how it's gone wrong. But the momentum with Christie also has new balls, serving with the break.
It's just sloppy footwork.
15
Get
love.
behind the ball, just kind of slashing at it, really needed just to make a bit of space for it.
Love. Love. Fault, yeah. Yeah, and she called it.
Incredible run this is from Freya Christie.
Christie leads by 5 games to 3.
What a turnaround this has been from 1-3 down in the deciding set, Nick. She's now a game away from the win.
Yeah, I think it's something like 15 of the last 16 points that Freya Christie's won from seemingly being down and out. There's a great job. To say Maya Lumsden has rather fallen away though. Still just about time to rescue it.
Love. All.
Again, quite the drive in the legs, under pressure.
15-30.
Freya Christie closing in on victory here. stern defence from Freya Christie, kept herself in the point
30-40.
in good fashion. Maya Lumsden now staring down a match point here. It's just long, and it is a win for Freya Christie. That's a very fine effort, having been in real trouble in the third set. She comes through to get the better of last week's British Tour winner here, Maya Lumsden, 6-3 in the third. Showed good resilience because it wasn't looking good for quite some time, but managed to get herself together, really refocus. Another player who's had a lot of matches over the course of the last couple of weeks for the Scottish #1. Certainly some work ahead of her if she's to make the weekend here. She's going to be playing catch up after that first defeat, but for Freya Christie, comes through 6-3 in the third set. And somewhat of an upset if you're certainly looking at it from a rankings perspective. Freya some way down the world rankings coming into this week, but certainly used the forehand very effectively towards the end. Just seemed to relax almost a little bit as things started to go against her. And she is up and running. Those 6 matches at St George's Hill certainly seem to serve her well. A quick chat with the winner from the previous match. We'll be hearing from her momentarily as well. Of course, we've got plenty of tennis still to come. Katie Swan will be coming up next in singles action. Katie having made the trip over from the States late last week as a replacement for Sam Murray, who's forced to pull out with injury. So good to see Katie here. She'll be involved in the next singles match here at the National Tennis Centre. I think we can head downstairs because Freya Christie is momentarily going to be speaking to Gigi Salmon, who is courtside.
Freya, congratulations. You must be especially delighted with how you were able to turn things around in that deciding set.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you know, it was a bit of a up and down match. You know, won the first set 6-3, I think. And then just kind of things turned. I got the early break and it just kind of turned very quickly on me. So I had to kind of reset for the third set.
How easy do you find it or not to reset when you're in that kind of position?
It's difficult. You know, you kind of want to scream and shout, but I just had to keep my head, keep calm, and just you know, work hard, bring the energy, and you know, try and turn it around, which I managed to do.
A lot of the matches since lockdown eased have been played indoors. How have you found it playing out here today in the conditions?
Yeah, so it's a little bit, well, very different. I mean, it's not too windy today because sometimes here it can get very windy, so we're quite lucky, but I mean, it is a different ball game. You know, you've got all the different conditions to take into account. And yeah, I thought I dealt with it well today.
Now we've got this return to elite competition in the LTA. This is the Progress Tour. How good is it to have that opportunity not just to compete but also to be earning money at the same time?
Oh, I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, for us, you know, we've kind of just been, you know, we've still been training all us tennis players and just itching to get back on court. So it's great to actually, you know, compete. I think a lot of tennis players are very competitive, especially myself. So it's great to, you know, be competitive on the court rather than, you know, play Monopoly or Uno or something.
Well, I've heard about your Nintendo battle.
Yeah.
Quite competitive in those?
Yeah, actually against Maya. So, yeah, we had a different battle today. So, yeah, I mean, me and Maya are good friends, and it's always tough to play a friend, but it's got to be done.
And how difficult has it been training? I read somewhere, maybe this was made up, that you were practicing serving by putting some kind of rug on a washing line to serve against?
Yeah, so kind of a big kind of mat, and it was up against my washing line and serving into the garden. And I actually had to face away from the windows, because if I did hit the ball and it hit one of the windows and smashed them, my mum wouldn't have been very happy.
Oh, so that was the big thing, to avoid the windows of the
Yeah,
house.
yeah. It was mainly trying to hit the mat, but definitely not hit the windows, so yeah.
Well, you seem to have avoided the windows. You got the win today.
Yeah.
Freya, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Freya Christie wins her first match in the round robin section. And next up on centre court, we're going to have Alicia Barnett against Katie Swan. So we'll return to Nick in the commentary box. Nick. Day one of the Progress Tour Women's Championships, and we have the players on court for match 3. Katie Swan, on the right of your screen, against Alicia Barnett. Not originally, well, either of these players in the Premier Singles group. Alicia Barnett was able to take her place in this group due to a withdrawal. And for Katie Swan, it was not just a wild card, but Nick, it was getting to the airport to fly from her home in America, believing she'd go into 2 weeks quarantine, to then being told that elite athletes were able to bypass the quarantine stage if they were playing in tournaments.
Yeah, I think from what we're told, the plan was always to come back, wasn't it, to the UK last week. That was always the idea, that she was going to come back for whatever reason, of course, be it to sort of have a bit more time practicing here. But the fact that then, as you say, she was informed that she wouldn't have to quarantine upon arrival means that Barry Fulcher was able to pick up the phone and make sure that she could come and play, which is great news for the event as a whole.
Absolutely. We're remaining in the Elena Baltaccia group. So in that group so far, we've had a win for Freya Christie, who you've just seen and heard from. And now the other pairing in that group, at first meeting between these two at tour level. In your picture, Katie Swan. World ranking of 254. You can see that that career high came about in October 2018. 21 years of age, based in Kansas, Wichita, Kansas. Been there since 2013, moved because of her father, Richard, has worked in the fossil fuel industry, so has been out there since then. And she did say that one of the advantages of lockdown was just being at home, because tennis players are rarely at home. So really making the most of that, and as we touched on there, a wild card into this event because she didn't have to go through the quarantine process and was able to take her place in the Progress Tour, which is great for the Progress Tour, and it is great for Katie Swan.
A good end to last year, didn't she? Won a lot of matches in the kind of autumn period, really post US Open, ranking having slipped quite a bit, sort of outside the top 250, was able to play well towards the end of the year, and has made a fairly solid start to this season before obviously being forced to put everything on hold.
Alicia Barnett, a world ranking of 569. She's been as high as 453 in her career to date. And she is 26 years of age. She also went through the US college route. She said at the age of 17 she didn't think she was mature enough as a person or a player, and believed that going the US route at that time was best for her, majoring in political science and minoring in business institution, which kind of makes sense when you think that Nick, she, her fellow player Olivia Nichols, instrumental in bringing together the Progress Tour.
Yeah, very much so. I think it was, in many ways, it was kind of their idea. They got in touch, obviously, with Barry Fulcher with regards to trying to get the event up and running, how they could possibly get it done. And certainly, as you say, Alicia was had a very important role in ensuring that we could get some competition back out here. She also, as you say, played last week as well at St George's Hill, so has had a couple of weeks of good tennis. We'll see what she has today, of course, up against a player who is, certainly from a ranking perspective and possibly from a pedigree point of view, probably would be considered a warm favourite today.
Katie Swan, a former junior number 3, she a junior Grand Slam finalist back in 2015 at the Australian Open. I think that's actually Kelly Thompson, not Darren Michaels, unless he's changed from the first match.
Yes, I think
so. Kelly in charge of Group Elena Baltacha today, and Darren keeping an eye on Group Anki Othavong.
Esteban Carril is here this week with Katie Swan, of course, a man who's been around British tennis for quite a while. He's got a base in northern Spain. He worked with Joe Conter for quite a while, didn't he? And so had a role with Jay Clark, I think, for a little bit, didn't he, too?
So plenty of experience. Alicia's played 3 singles ITF matches in 2020. She also put herself forward to represent the players on the ITF, the new ITF player panel, made up of 7 men and 7 women. She campaigned very hard, and she came very close, because the top 2, talking about the women, were taken from Europe, and she came very close to making it. Very passionate about the game, about things we've talked about, the financial side of the game, and making a living in the game. And
making changes as well, making some changes to the game, trying to, she's seen it obviously from this point of view. And it's, as you say, it's like an advisory panel, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure how much authority they actually have, but they will certainly have a voice, which is good news. Players will be able to, express their concerns of what's been going on. Partly, I think that was to do with the changes that occurred on the ITF Tour a couple of years ago. We had those major changes to the structure of the game in terms of the ranking that upset a lot of players. That didn't go down well. And they reversed that decision at the end of last year.
Katie Swan is managed by the 77 agency that was set up by Andy Murray, also her idol, and she's spoken in the past that he is in touch. He will call her, how are things going, how have things gone, has helped her get together with certain coaches and help work things out.
Yeah, it's a nice phone number to have, isn't it? Nice, someone that you can call upon.
So all set for match number 3, the round robin section of the Premier Division of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. Katie Swan against Alicia Barnett. Third of 5 matches taking place on centre court here at the National Tennis Centre today. Lovely to have your company. Don't forget to follow at the Progress Tour on Twitter. You can see interviews with the winners, bits and pieces. You'll get the schedule for tomorrow. Going to be Alicia Barnett to start things off. When I was outside, a gentleman standing near me said, "Oh, I hope it doesn't rain." And I'm not sure it will. I think we might be okay today. It is cool. There are a few menacing clouds around, but luckily because we've had this breeze, they've just been moving on by, not getting in the way.
First game.
Perfect start for Katie Swan, breaking the serve of Barnett to love.
Katie Swan to serve. Love 15.
She couldn't quite get the
15
feet
all.
arranged. The net cord doing her a favour. Been a really
Not that I
good
know.
start by Katie Swan here.
30-15.
It'll take a little while, isn't it, for Katie Swan, especially having not played any matches coming in. But 8 matches in total this year. She went over to Australia at the start of the year. And played 3 events in North America, all $25,000 tournaments.
This
was not an easy volley to finish off. Made it look very comfortable indeed.
Juice.
I guess it almost feels like coming from a standing start. You go into lockdown, there's 3 months of inactivity in terms of competing, and suddenly bang, you're back on the match court against someone lower down in the rankings, but has had more matches.
Advantage, Barnett. Game, Barnett. 1 game all, first set.
Immediate break back for Alicia Barnett. Need to get up to 453. She's now 26 years of age, so one of the older players in this group. It's awful to think that I'm saying older about 26, but average age of this group is 21, but she has the break back, so it's all square early stages.
Lost to Emma Raducanu, didn't she, a couple of weeks ago in the British Tour here, the player who went on to win that event.
Love 15.
Had some matches last week as well at St George's Hill.
In that Raducanu match, she was set 5-1 against Raducanu, but lost the tiebreak in the third. Played the St George's event last week, Alicia Barnett, which was indoors, so again you've got the change moving to the outdoors here.
very well done. No hesitation at all on the short ball.
15.
Excellent approach. Good split step as well. Gave her the balance here. Big university, Northwestern, as you say. It's a high-profile university in the States.
Having graduated, she's currently doing an online course in organisational leadership with Northwestern, so keeping the studying alongside the tennis. She said her parents always invest in the academic side of their children. She got a scholarship to Northwestern.
Yeah, that's generally how a lot of the players obviously are able to fund themselves. It's, you're talking about 90%, often 100%. Often players may only have to pay accommodation, depending on their level, depending on the deal they negotiate. And in fact, for those players who, actually we were discussing with Emily Arbuthnot earlier on, I was just told earlier on that actually players that haven't finished their college tennis, i.e. in March this year, if they were forced to come home, they can actually, NCAA have decided that you can actually go and do another year of tennis if you'd like. You have to find the course to study because your studies continue, but you can actually go and play another year of tennis if you so wish. So someone like Emily has that option next year.
Barnet leads by 2-1, first set.
Imagine there's always that tussle with wanting to go pro, test yourself and make the money of turning professional.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just weighing up what's right for you, isn't it, at the time, what you feel is the right decision. It's also difficult for college coaches because they've got to make a decision as to who they're going to bring in. They don't know who they're going to lose. You know, obviously this summer players are making decisions now whether they want to go back in 6 weeks' time, and then coaches are thinking, well, if I'm going to lose a player or I'm going to have an addition, a player that I didn't expect to have around, the freshmen that are coming in obviously may not have a place to play.
Ah, the sun is shining down on the National Tennis Centre now. It is just gone 3:30 in the afternoon, Tuesday, 14th of July.
Time.
Sun finally making its appearance. Katie Swan, similar to everybody in this country and around the world, found that the club where she practiced was closed due to the coronavirus. She had one of 2 country clubs where she could have practiced, and she was able to get to one. They allowed her to go in with her brother and play while it was closed to members, so she could keep the practice going after a period when things were loosened up a little bit.
Love 15.
Just a bit of hesitation, wasn't there? And again, that's just comes into play when you haven't played matches. You could see it was a ball that probably she wouldn't even think twice about, but just coming in here, obviously just trying to get a feel for things again. It's interesting you talk about, obviously, players finding courts. I know, different parts of the world obviously suffered different levels of problems, but great shot. I think some players found private courts in private homes. I know John Millman said in Australia that he was lucky enough that some family friends had opened up their court back in Brisbane, I think, for him to practice.
you can hear is Esteban Carril. You might see in some of the shots just there in the grey top and the black baseball cap. It's Katie Swan's coach.
Very highly thought of is Esteban.
Yeah, last time Katie Swan played was the 9th of March in Mexico, and that's an awfully long time in the life and the career of a tennis player, who are not used to, unless they are injured, breaks of this length.
First serve. Forty 30.
Certainly get the sense that the forehand isn't quite as reliable as the backhand, don't you, with 26-year-old? Just a little inconsistent.
Some doubles in action. Adesina and Cartel against Anand and Griffin. Very early stages, there's 3 games played.
Love 15.
And Alicia Barnett will be back on centre court at the end of the day, teaming up with Olivia Nichols for her premier doubles round-robin match.
Love 30.
Great court position during that
Love
point,
40.
Katie Swan.
Again, emphasising how hard it is actually to hit through the court on what are conditions that are pretty slow, but good patience shown by Katie Swan. Had to hit 2 or 3 extra balls to find her way through.
And as she did in the first game of this set, this match, she has love 40 on the Barnett serve.
40.
That's a good hit.
30,
Discipline shown by
40.
Katie Swan as well, because to work hard but just kept hitting the bigger targets. But when she's able to flatten off the back end like that, it really does shoot through.
Game. Swan. Swan leads by 3 games to 2, first set.
And she regains the break in this first set, having broken Barnett in the very first game of this match, a first meeting between the two. A little bit up and down as they both found their feet, and in Swan's case just shaken off a little bit of that lockdown rust, but world number 254 does have the break and a 3-2 lead.
When you consider how relatively young Katie Swan is, feels like she's been around quite some time, doesn't it? Obviously the success she had in juniors obviously thrust her somewhat into the tennis spotlight at a fairly kind of young age, and as you said, that run to the final in Australia was big for her. It's not been easy though, has it? She's been very open and honest about the issues she's had in terms of, you know, trying to cope with everything that comes with being a professional tennis player.
Time.
Yeah, last May she posted on social media and she talked about her struggles with confidence, and one of the lines was, "Every match I lost, I didn't just feel like a worse tennis player but a worse person." And she spoke up about speaking to a sports psychologist and said we shouldn't be worried about saying we are speaking to someone if we need to speak to someone.
Yep.
She released that just on her way back from competing at Roland Garros at the French Open, and she said she left that tournament, despite not getting the win, with her head held high, positive, moving forwards. Again, you're just dealing with so young, I mean, still only 21, going through all that as a teenager into your early 20s.
Love 15.
I think especially, you know, I'm not saying all other sports don't have it, of course they do, but tennis is such a, you know, such an individual sport. The pressures are so intense. You know, when you have been on the road like she has from a young age, it obviously presents different challenges, emotional challenges. It is a lonely sport, tennis. There's no doubt about that. You can't get away from it. You know, it is a very lonely sport at times. Have to get used to kind of, you know, not having I'm not saying you don't have a structure of friends, but you know, it's very hard to create a kind of a social environment because you're always on the road.
And you're always competing against
Yeah.
your friends.
Absolutely. It's a very different life. You know, it comes obviously with significant rewards, but at the top of the sport. But when you're ranked 250 in 300, it's it's very, very difficult.
Love 40.
the one thing that perhaps is underestimated is, and such a key part of being a professional tennis player, is you have to learn to bounce back quickly, because, you know, said often a lot in tennis, you are going to lose every week. So you have to learn to overcome defeats, you know, to be able to be resilient, to recover the next day, to want to go and train, to want to get out there, to get better having lost. It's very easy for us to sit here and say that, but you know, you can't afford to dwell and reflect too much, because it's a skill you have to learn. You have to have short-term memory. You have to be able to put defeats behind you and look towards the next goal. You have to be positive about that, and it's not easy to do.
When you've got all that weight of expectation and your family who may have invested heavily in
Sure.
you, and people around you that you're either financially supporting or you don't want to let down. It's an individual sport, but you're almost playing for a lot of people.
Definitely.
Game, Barnett. 3 games all, first set.
So a fourth break of serve in this first set, first meeting between the two. That leaves us all square at the midpoint of it. Still a couple of matches to come following this that we're going to be focusing on. One more Premier singles and then into the Premier doubles.
Love 15.
Doesn't quite hit with a spin on the forehand this year. It's just a little flat. Sometimes when she does miss, she tends to miss long.
Left first serve. First serve. Love 30. Love 40. 15-40. $30-40. Game. Swan.
Well,
Swan leads
was
by
called
4
wide, but
games to 3.
didn't miss
First
by a whole
set.
lot.
Break number 5. Both players just struggling to settle themselves into this contest. As we've talked about, for Swan, this is her first competitive match since the 9th of March. Barnett has had more of a build-up to that with the LTA's return to elite competition and the St George's Hill weeks that have been taking place, with the options to take part in those just to get a little bit of match practice. But it's going to be interesting to see who grabs this one by the throat.
It's a good format. Obviously, having the round robin, you know you're going to be guaranteed your 3 matches, assuming you are going to stay fit. That seems to have been the way of the majority of the exhibitions that have taken place worldwide, and of course there have been a lot of them. It's been see one happening in Germany this week. They're happening all over the world, aren't they? Behind closed doors for the large part. World Team Tennis, I know, it's just kicked off in the States, isn't it, a couple of days ago?
And it's the ideal format because with the situation as it is, you take so many precautions to get the players together, give them as many matches as possible, and that's what the round robin format does. You know that you will get a minimum of, say, 3 matches. Katie Swan, who bases herself here at the NTC because you can sleep here when she's in the area because of the family base in Kansas. Family's also been putting together care packages in their garage in Wichita to help people in need, and the last I saw that helped 135 families. All from the local area. Every day they would go to the local stores and gather together goods and then put them together packages with her brother and mother from the garage and give it to those in need.
Yeah, it's been really good to see over there.
Love 30.
Early return off the second serve. It was a little short, but Barnett really making the most of that.
Love 40.
We find ourselves in a familiar position once again on the serve, the server being Love 40 down. 5th time that's happened in this first set.
Did everything right, put herself in a great position. Good scrambling, but just trying to cut the volume was too fine.
Game. Barnett. 4 games all. First set.
6 breaks down this first set. 4 games apiece. Waiting for someone to take hold. Last holder serve we had was in game 4. That was a swan hold. Had 4 breaks in a row now.
People talk about lack of matches and what that means in terms of coming on court. I think it's largely, a lot of it's to do with shot selection. Just, you know, making sure, being tuned into what you're doing. When you have played a lot of matches, you're not really thinking a whole lot. Something so instinctive. When you haven't done that, you don't quite feel it quite as quickly. You don't pick up the ball quite as early. Takes time.
Love 30. Run. Go. 15-30.
I'm just guilty of not quite accelerating. I've done everything right up until that point, but just wasn't quite brave enough on the last forehand to really go out and attack it.
A little bit hesitant Barnett on the approach. Gave the opening to Katie Swan, who breaks. That's 5 breaks now in a row. But Swan does have the slight advantage in that the next time she steps up, she will be in a position to try and close out this first set. As the sun continues to shine, wonderful to see at the end of the day. Starts off a little bit grey and grizzly, but things have turned around and it's just as well, because we've got a couple of matches to come following this. One more singles in the round robin Premier Singles group. And then we dip into the Premier Doubles. Adesina and Cartel are 5-4 up on Anand and Griffin in the Premier Doubles that's taking place. We've still got a couple of matches to complete in the doubles before we conclude for today, but our focus will remain on centre court. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's taking place, the Progress Tour Women's Championships, but this is a big game now. The last hold we had was Katie Swan back in game number 4. 6 breaks in total. 7, sorry, with that last one. Can Katie Swan here change the pattern, serving for the first set?
Love. Love.
Just a bit more pace on that serve, wasn't there? Just caught Barnett a little by surprise.
She does get a lot of free points off her serve, Swan.
Serve. Love.
Just see her weight as she hit it, just moving to the left a little bit, didn't really stay down with the shot long enough and was kind of so keen to try and get back to the middle. It's been a little scrappy this set, isn't it? Perhaps unsurprisingly.
But Katie Swan does now have opportunity to close out the first set.
Thirty.
3 set points come and gone now for Swan.
She hasn't had to do a whole lot, has she? Barnett just to keep herself in the set. A few too many errors again from this lady.
Advantage.
That's unlucky
Swan.
because Barnett's done so well. It was a great return at full stretch. This is a couple of really good defensive plays on the run. Katie Swan keeping her wits about her nicely. Watching that one very carefully.
Bringing up opportunity number 4 to get the first set done. It's gone this way and that. Breaks are plenty. Chance to close out set 1. First match in the Premier Singles stage.
Juice. Serve was long, yeah. Advantage. Swan.
Yeah, she knows it just wasn't in quite the right position to hit the 4, and it was a good opportunity, but just again, just didn't quite get the feet out to the ball. It's been that forehand side that has been costly for Barnett in this opening set.
Game.
But that's it.
And first set. Swan.
Katie Swan closing it out.
By 6
6
games to 4.
games to 4. There'll be a lot of relief there from Swan. First match back. Trying to shake off the rust. Doesn't look particularly pleased with herself, but she has taken the first set 6-4.
Yeah, up and down, wasn't it? It wasn't particularly pretty at times. Just finding her feet, really. First match back since March, so it's been quite the drought in terms of match play. As we see how the opening set was finished off. Pleased with the way she completed the opening set. Good finish, but as we were suggesting, a few too many ups and downs, especially having grabbed the lead early on. Frustrated to have let it slip on the couple of occasions already. A little bit the unknown, isn't it, for her right now? I'm sure one of the reasons she took the opportunity to play was just to ensure she could get some match play. No one quite knows. That's the thing we were talking about earlier on. No one quite knows for these sorts of players ranked sort of 250, 300, 350, what they're going to be able to play. Either that's the thing going forwards. How many events are they actually going to be able to compete in?
And that comes down to the individual, together with how far do they want to travel. People make decisions that it's not worth travelling to a certain place. They don't feel comfortable going to that place, and they're completely justified in not feeling comfortable with everything that's gone on. Then there'll be other people. Dominic Thiem, for instance. I mean, he's played, I feel like it's into triple figures, the amount of matches he's played since things have eased a little bit. Everybody's going to be very, very different in how they approach definitely the rest of this year.
Yeah, the ITF, of course, have suspended all events until July the 31st of this year, so there'll be no events for the rest of the month, and then what comes after that remains to be seen.
Love 15.
Yeah, just on that point, just actually had a quick look at the ITF website, and the first official event back is due to be in late August, 17th to the 23rd. That's the week they're penciling in for a return. They've got some $15,000 events. Portugal, Belgium, Russia, Tunisia and Austria that week. Some 25s taking place in Switzerland and Russia again. That looks like it's going to have some potential to return for that kind of third tier of the professional rung. Certainly still, if you look at the calendar, there's still a number of events cancelled over that period of time, so there'll be a reduced number of tournaments.
We mentioned that they've cancelled the 5 events in America in August, which initially players thought, as there is not going to be qualifying at the US Open, they could take part in those events.
40,
Yeah, the big blow over in America was also the fact that Oracle have obviously pulled their sponsorship of the kind of second and third tiers of the game. It was a big investment that Oracle made, and was a fantastic investment that they made, but they've now decided that they're not going to continue that, so that's a significant loss.
And there'll be tournaments at different levels that just don't survive what we've gone through this year.
$40-30. Juice.
Starting to play with a little bit more consistency, actually, in this opening game. More confidence, having got the opening set, just a bit more freedom.
Juice. Advantage. Barnett. Game. Barnett.
It's an important hold for Barnett, because while she's been breaking the serve of Swan, that is her first hold of serve since the third game of set 1, and it gets her on the board in set 2.
They rather got away with it. The approach was fairly central, but asked the question, and Katie Swan not able to find the pass that was available to her. There we go, numbers wise of that opening set. Not a whole lot really to decipher. It was a little up and down. It was obviously the returners that were able to dominate.
So new balls. Katie Swan.
Love 15.
Does tend to throw the ball quite a way to the right. And what that will do, certainly on the deuce size, it makes it quite tough to get the necessary spin off the second serve. You're generally getting a more slice second serve, and that can make it a little tricky to control.
On.
Oh, she made the most of her luck, didn't she? There was a couple of slightly mistimed balls, but again, really like the approach here, the intensity, the movement out to the ball. Excellent move forwards. She really was after the first volley.
And then no mistaking at the end.
Looked a little unsure, didn't she, of the volley? I'm not entirely convinced she knew exactly too much about it, but it ended up being a good one. Just a little bit annoyed with herself there, Barnett. Couldn't make the most of the opportunity.
Advantage, Barnett.
And the apology coming after what was a total shank of a return that ended up being an effective one.
Juice. Advantage, Barnett.
Just didn't get the feet in the right position. Ended up having to sort of make an adjustment, leaning backwards because you got too close to the ball. Not able to take the chances that are coming her way.
Advantage, Barnett. Juice. Advantage,
Again, maybe
Barnett.
not quite the time to take that on. Trying to change the angle off a ball down the middle like that. Giving this lady once more a chance to break here.
Gain.
Quite enough on the
Barnett.
forehand and
Barnett
really good
leads
hit.
by 2
Barnett
games to
does get
none.
her reward
Second
eventually.
set.
Yeah, the persistence has paid off for Alicia Barnett. Mentioned she's sitting at 569 in the rankings. She has played more in the build-up to this week than Katie Swanee, who's just arrived in the country from America and has just been practicing back at home. But taking opportunities, Barnett. One of the main reasons that this tour is happening. The brainchild with Olivia Nichols and tournament director Barry Fulcher. And taking an opportunity, originally due to be the Division 1 singles, got the opportunity due to withdrawals to take her place in the Premier singles, and now making the most of it against a player who's ranked at 254.
Love 15. All. Led first serve.
The return out of the middle
15.
and a short return, not quite good enough. In downwind, the body serve can often be valuable. No hesitation at all. That's really well done. Staying down very well indeed for that shot. Growing in confidence right now with the break as well.
Yeah, she really is. Such an important hold, that first game of the second set, having not held since early on in set 1.
$40, 30. Second serve. Juice.
And listening to a lot of the players in the build-up, and Barnett just telling herself to concentrate there, for the players that are lower down the rankings, as in the case of Barnett, they're looking at this opportunity as a chance to test themselves against those higher ranked players. Yes, there have been a few withdrawals, but still the likes of Katie Swan at 254 has been top 200 in the world. It's very important for these players to see where they can be and what they can do.
was almost looked like it was going to have a bit of fatigue at the end of a long rally, just trying to take that on. Didn't miss by much. But you're right, it's certainly a really just a good chance for someone like Alicia to test herself against higher ranked opposition for the most part here this week.
Juice. Yeah. But you need to be louder because I didn't hear that very well.
Did you even call it?
She did call it, but not very loud.
Sorry, was the sound out? No.
Yeah. But she needs to be louder, that's what I just told her. Advantage, Bonnet.
That's a very well measured forehand. Going over the high part of the net. Not easy. Struck it beautifully. I think weight didn't take it on too much.
Game. Bonnet. Bonnet leads by 3 games to love. Second set.
Saved a
First
break
set,
point
swap.
in that game. Continues with that momentum.
There
A great
is, but we
reach
can
up there
only
for the
really
smash.
call
And
the
you.
dot.
Was someone asking for the doctor there? Seemed to be the start of a conversation between Swan and Cully Thompson in the chair.
Katie Swan is maybe suffering a little bit.
Conversation still ongoing between the chair and Swan, who is now calling for someone.
The referee's office just, you can see up to the top left there.
Yeah, the doctor is being asked for. Just reporting back there to the team as to state of play. But it's the danger, isn't it? You've been out for so long. First match back, and it's been a tough one so far between these two.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor has been called to court.
And then just confirmation that we'll shortly see the doctor on court. Katie Swan is wrapped up with a towel to try and keep herself warm.
Yeah, and it's chilly out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, not certainly not ideal conditions.
Frustration for Swan, and also for Alicia Barnett, who was playing very, very well. Making the most of her opportunities. Still a couple of matches to come here on centre court. Doubles taking place elsewhere. The first set, Adesina and Cartel did take the first set on a tiebreak from Annan and Griffin, and it's 3-2 on serve in the second. Having to locate the doctor now.
It's quite a big facility, the National Tennis Centre. As he been built some decade ago now. 6 indoor courts that they have. Just built some paddle courts recently here as well. Of course, they've got a number of good grass courts out the back as well. Football pitch that they use here too, as much as a training facility. Big gym, big sports science department.
Discussion to assess treatment and if treatment will be needed and how severe the problem is. It looks like they have to leave court from where she's pointing to. Difficult situation. How much do you push it? You don't want to risk anything getting worse.
Especially when you've had such a long break as she has. I mean, obviously you haven't had the matches, you haven't had your body hasn't been physically tested in this way, so that's when injuries can occur.
Time.
Sometimes, you call a physio or the doctor just as much in the situation for a bit of reassurance as anything else, just to try and get some confirmation that, you're not going to do any further damage or whatever it may be. It's very hard for a tough job for a physio to try and get any kind of firm diagnosis. Clutching at straws somewhat, just trying to figure out what's what.
If it is where she says it is, then serving is going to be pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, definitely.
Love.
An interesting game more than anything here, I think, to see how the Swan body is and if that break or if the fact there might be a problem with Swan has or will affect Barnett.
There's one thing you do see obviously very often with a player that is injured is they swing a little more freely. They just cut loose a bit more, take a few more risks in order to try and keep the point short. Doesn't look that comfortable, does she?
No, it's interesting that Katie Bolter, who's next on, has just appeared and seems to be in discussions whether they're telling her to be on standby, to be aware, or just give her a little update on the situation.
T15.
That sort of point certainly not going to help it either, is it? Just coming up again, pulling up a little bit gingerly, almost at the end of it.
And Barnett, through the whole thing, has stayed very focused. Still playing some good tennis, moving her opponent around, testing the swan body.
T30. Game Swan. Barnett leads by 3 games to 1, second set.
It's a good hold for Swan. I mean, she's still feeling that side. We're keeping an eye on things all around us to see if there's any movement or any changes.
Lack of pace on doing it there on the serve. It didn't really come through. Starting to grow in confidence off that side, isn't she, as well? Off that forehand wing. Love the move off the ball, looking to step into the court.
And also throwing into that, getting a little bit of luck.
Game. Barnett.
Keeps the lead.
Barnett leads by
Alicia
4 games to
Barnett.
1. Second set. First
Yeah,
set.
second
1.
set. All eyes though on Katie Swan and how the body is holding up. No sign of... The doctor is actually just outside the court. I think he might be popping back in to have a word with her.
He's just coming now with the medicine.
And just confirmation there from Kelly Thompson in the chair that the doctor is indeed back on court. Swan remaining standing, not sitting, looking towards her team. And now in conversation with the doctor once again. So Barnett is sat down on her chair. Swan is still in conversation with the doctor, remains standing, hasn't sat down at the change.
Looking for some guidance, I think, from her corner as well as to perhaps the right move to make here. Not easy.
Esteban Carril is now moving towards his charge to keep at that distance.
Okay, Katie. Time.
So we play on.
Just looks
Love
awkward,
15.
doesn't it? Doesn't look as though it's fluid movement right now. Emotions obviously coming to the surface as well, you can see. It's not easy.
Love 30. 30.
It's a tricky situation also for Barnett with so much disruption and conversations taking place, and what state and stage is her opponent at and in. Just remaining her focus through this.
(15-40).
Yeah, I think it's fairly clear that she's certainly not in a great place. Tough watching. There's no real kind of upward momentum on the serve, is there, either? It's just a case of trying to roll the arm over, trying to protect it. Actually played a good point up until then, opened the court up nicely.
I don't think she can continue.
Okay.
I think it's just too much and too painful. I think that will be the conclusion. Real disappointment for Katie Swan. Was so
Ladies
happy.
and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to injury, Miss Swan has to retire.
She was so happy to
Barnett
have been
wins
able
4-6,
to
4-1
enter this
retired.
tournament. And now such disappointment that she's not able to conclude her first match. Really, really difficult this for Swan. But as we talked about, the last time she played was the 8th of March, and as much conditioning, strength and fitness work, it does not replicate playing. Something doesn't feel right, and how much do you risk? Very shortly we will be hearing from Alicia Barnett, who gets that win due to the retirement of Katie Swan. Really difficult. She was a wild card into the event, and you can see that the emotions clear on her face there. Did try to continue, saw the doctor again, but it was just too much, and it is not worth risking something getting worse. So Alicia Barnett, who is so integral in this tournament taking place, the Progress Tour. She's just realised she's got to speak to Nick. So back she comes. Nick is in position. Alicia will be there very shortly. Her round robin campaign off to a winning start. Still to come, Alice Gillen against Katie Bolster, and then doubles featuring Alicia Barnett once again. And here she is with Nick.
Alicia, well done. Not the way you will have wanted to win, I'm sure. What was the, we heard you talking to Katie, what was the extent of potentially of the problem, do you know?
I think it was a little bit too soon. Like, she only landed like last week, and I think this is her first competition back, so maybe a little bit too soon, too quick, too soon.
Sure. Give us a sense of how happy you were with how you were playing out there.
Yeah, I had to work through quite a few things. The wind started to pick up a little bit, and obviously Katie, the last time I played her, she beat me in straight sets. So I just came out and tried to just like get some energy going. And yeah, there were some good things. I was starting to get really aggressive in the second set, and yeah, it was good.
I know you've had a big role in organising this event. Just tell us how it started. I know you've been with Barry, you were working hard behind the scenes. Just give us a quick overview of how it came about.
Yeah, well, you know, Jamie Murray had his Best of the Brits for the men, and we all thought it would be great to have a women's like not equivalent, but so that was really positive, and Barry was really enthusiastic, and Liv Nichols and I have been talking to him all the way through and organising. But yeah, it's been challenging, and it just really makes you realise that for the tournaments to go on, especially during COVID, I mean, the behind the scenes is incredible. So like the LTA, Barry Fulcher, Progress Tour, and all the sponsors have been amazing. So yeah, thank you for those people.
And have you had time to hit some balls over the last few weeks as well? I know you've been playing a couple of events.
Yeah, I played the first British Tour Premier, and I had a few matches there, and then I played the St George's Hill, which was 7 matches, 7 days. So definitely had a few matches. So holding up.
Good stuff. Good luck this week.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Alicia Barnett getting the win, as Nick started off by saying not how she would have wanted it, but she does progress through, while Katie Swan has just walked past our commentary position. Will be treatment for her. Really disappointing. You saw the emotion, but credit to Alicia Barnett for staying strong, keeping focused on the job in hand, and ultimately getting the job done. You'll be happy to know that the tennis continues. Alice Ginnan against Katie Boulter is next up, and we'll have a doubles to round things off. And seeing you through the final 2 matches will be Naomi Cavaday and Rob Curling. And Nick and I will speak to you again tomorrow.
Well, a very good early evening and welcome back to the LTA National Tennis Centre here at Roehampton in southwest London. Not so very far from Wimbledon, just down the road, where of course we haven't seen much action over the past couple of weeks. But this really has been the centre of the tennis universe over the past few weeks here at Roehampton. The LTA really doing well to get all these tournaments staged. We had the Battle of the Brits, of course, with Jamie Murray as the new tournament organiser a couple of weeks ago, and then the LTA British Tour 4-week swing getting underway a couple of weeks ago. That's also going on right now as well. And then after that finishes as another Jamie Murray special with the Battle of the Brits team event, which will be mixed doubles. But right here, this is the Progress Tour Women's Championships. We're playing a round-robin format here. I'm Ron Curling. Alongside me, what an honour, it is Naomi Cavaday, former British Davis Cup player. Naomi, it's a terrific event to have here this week, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic showcase for the women. It's an opportunity for them to get competing. And I think more than anything else, once this tournament was announced, it was about having a goal. These are goal-orientated people, and actually they've been training for months and months, not knowing when they were going to get to play again. So to have something to focus for, I'm sure that really improved their training. Everything was just a little bit tighter, a little bit sharper in the lead-up, and now they get to test their skills.
Yeah. So it gave them a focus. So while you're training with nothing to train for, it was a little bit difficult perhaps to really get momentum going and have a target to aim for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, tennis is a very relentless sport. There's tournaments week after week after week. There is always a goal, always a focus. We have the luxury of there being another match if you play a bit of a dud one and things don't go well. Well, you can rebound next week, next tournament. But yeah, to take that away from them, I think would have been a little uncomfortable.
So here we are then for the fourth singles match of the day. On the left of your screen, Katie Boulter. Great to see her back in action. And she's up against Alice Gillen. Fair gap in the rankings between the two of them. And Katie, of course, has been up into the world's top 100. Slipped back a little bit from that. Was out for a long time last year with injury. Alice has won the toss here. Not quite sure what she's gone for. Change of end. But also, we have a lovely evening for this. After a slightly gloomy start to the day, it looks like we're going to finish in glorious sunshine here. And we've still got a doubles match to come after this as well. So a really great way to finish day one of the Progress Tour. We've had a few withdrawals, as you may have heard. Very sad to see Katie Swan having to withdraw at the end of her match there, pulling out with illness. So what sort of match can we expect here between these two, Naomi?
Well, as you say, there is quite a large gap in the rankings between these two. There is a huge amount of experience as well in terms of that gap. Alice Gillen, she's 21 years old. I used to work with her, actually, so I spent a lot of time on court with Alice, so I know her well. She's also part of my county team, my Kent team, so she's been on my team, but I've played against her as well in National Club League, so know her fairly. Oh, no, we've never actually played singles, but our teams against each other, and I don't know, it's kind of 50-50, goes one way or the other. Maybe I'm being kind to my team. But yeah, she's definitely had a different path to Boulter, who absolutely shot up the rankings and has been in the top 100. Gillen has yet to break through those barriers, but you know, she's been edging away, been moving forward, and this is what it's all about. If you're a wannabe professional tennis player, you know, she's, as I say, 21 years old, this is what you want. Well, now you get to play against a legitimate professional top 100 player. I know that Boulter's ranking is a little bit lower at the moment, but that is where she belongs. And you can see what you've got, see how close you can get, see what you need to improve, because those opportunities really are very rare. This is by far and away the toughest opponent Gillen will have ever faced.
Indeed, and for Katie Boulter, did you see her ranking currently down at 374, but she did have this injury to her back last year, which kept her out of action for a good deal of the time. But she broke into the top 100 probably towards the end of 2018, reached to 82 early on last year, and actually plays off a protected ranking on the tour of 85. And coming back to full fitness here now?
Yeah, I think so. It was a significant injury. It was a stress fracture in her lower back, which was caused, I mean, would you believe it, by stress? But a lot of that stress was in the Fed Cup tie at the Copper Box Arena. It was a phenomenal event. I mean, Bolter played some sensational matches.
Kazakhstan?
It was, yeah. It was such a great atmosphere. I was really lucky. I was lucky enough to be there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Bolter played some fantastic tennis. She was really hitting her stride, so it was a frustrating time for her to have a big chunk out. But I think she was making some really good progress getting back into things. Just before the tournament stopped, she was playing at the 125k event in Indian Wells, which is the lead up to the big tournament in Indian Wells, and she got a top 100 win against Anna Blinkova, who was ranked 60 at the time. So just showing that she can produce the level that she had before. It's now just about getting that out consistently, getting that the actual ranking back up to where it belongs.
What's the value for her of playing a match like this against someone who's ranked so far below, as we just see Ben Anderson, who's taking the chair for this ladies singles match?
Well, she's got all of the pressure, and the first thing she needs to deal with is Gillen at the other end. Gillen does have some weapons. She hits a good strike. And I know there's always that saying that she'll have nothing to lose, which I don't particularly like that, because you never really have much to lose. But this is a big opportunity for her, and it's the sort of match where someone would play quite above themselves. You could really see that happening. So Bolter, first and foremost, needs to try and keep a lid on Gillen's game, keep control of the game. And then if she manages that, then, as I mentioned before, it really is an opportunity for her to try out, well, some agility as she dodges a wasp or something bothering her. Yeah. But to try out the training, the practice, the things that she's been able to work on in the significant layoff we've had.
So in terms of, I guess, the early stages of the match, Alice, in our picture here, needs to... I mean, would she have a few nerves right now? Do you think a few butterflies going on?
I think so, absolutely. This is a huge event for her, as I say. She's not played somebody of Bolter's calibre, because it's difficult when you start the rankings. You have to earn that right. And even if you're somebody that wins an awful lot and you win most of the tournaments you play, it takes time for your ranking to get up, to then get into tournaments. There's a 6-week delay on entries to tournaments, and you might turn up, if you win a tournament, your ranking flies up, but you have to wait 6 weeks before you can use that ranking to get in. So it does take quite a while to really push on up, and you won't play against players like Bolter in the normal tournaments that Gillen is playing.
So the kind of level that Gillen is at right now would be where?
Well, she's on the circuit, absolutely. She's playing professionally, she's winning professional matches, for sure, but just lacking that consistency and really the ranking pushing up. There are always these stumbling blocks in the rankings where things just really slow down. It's just the way that the points work, and she's kind of at that first stumbling block, but she's been off and running.
A little bit of a breeze here. In fact, last week here for the British Tour, second week of the British Tour, we really had a cheeky little breeze blowing down from the north. It's that sort of Arctic chill. And as much as it made the conditions seem almost autumnal, it was the problems it created for the players, particularly on serve. Just see the leaves there on these trees here. They are catching the wind a bit here, and particularly difficult for the server if you've got a swirling wind with that ball toss.
I hate the wind. I've always hated the wind. You know, I always struggled playing in it until I played down in Australia on one of the particularly brutal years, you know, where they fry an egg on the court and they do all of that rigmarole. Yeah. And then one day we had just the tiniest bit of breeze, and I said to myself, I'm never going to complain about the wind again, because it was such a welcome relief. But it is it depends on your sort of game style as to whether it affects you or not. Some players it doesn't affect too much.
Yeah, but it can carry a ball long, can't it? Or if it's a swirling wind, you're not quite sure what it's going to do to the ball, how it is going to affect your shot, particularly a lob or something that's going to take a long time to come back down again.
Yeah, absolutely. You just have to move your feet more, and that's the way it is. You've got to take that extra step or two around the ball, really be as precise as possible. Don't take anything for granted, and then you should be able to cope with it okay.
End of warm-up.
So the umpire just calling for the end of the warm-up. Katie Bolter sends one no, a penultimate serve down. And it's such a great facility here at the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. 20 courts here. And they've got hard clay and grass, so equating to all the Grand Slams. And there are indoor courts here as well, which came in very useful last week, actually, for the British Tour, which is ostensibly an open-air event. But the rains came, and we were able to move indoors for a couple of matches. Was very, very useful indeed. Meant that we managed to get the event done and dusted on time. A terrific week it was as well, and a super standard. But it's a lovely setting here with that huge tree. Do you know what that tree is, Naomi?
I know it's very important because, as you can see, they built the whole centre around it because that tree was not allowed to move, and I don't think it was going anywhere anyway.
It's a beauty. It's a London plane tree.
Ah.
Took me a while to find that out. Actually, it was the tournament referee, Andy Fife, who eventually told me this. And you can tell because it's of the leaves, but also it has this kind of peeling bark. It will be like a dog with a sore throat, little or no bark. That's how you recognise a London plane tree. So, we're about to get underway then in this round-robin match.
Katie Boulter to serve.
It's going to be Katie Boulter
Ready.
to serve to get this match underway.
Well,
it's a lovely way for her to start down the tee. Very solid.
Yeah, one of her biggest weapons, that serve. It's really tough to read where it's going.
Good range finder for both players there. Good deep second serve from Boulter.
Yeah, both these players tend to favour a strike, like to dictate the point. I think for Boulter, she'll be more comfortable as the rally progresses and goes on. And I think she can try and expose Gillen's movement out into the corner. She's just a little bit more used to that. And that, when we talk about the difference in experience, it's those sorts of things, just being able to sit in long rallies and moving, being under pressure, getting yourself out of those situations and not panicking. So that's exactly the sort of thing that I mean. We had a really nice strike from Gillen off that return, and Boulter will be aware of that Gillen, when it's in that slot, she really can produce some good pace. But she was just able to absorb, didn't panic, didn't defend, just stayed in that rally, got in some good strikes of her own.
Wisely waiting for the ball to run away from any place where it might cause her any trouble. Again, another nice deep second serve. Was that a deliberate slowing down of the shot, or was it a slight mishit, that loopy forehand from Boulter?
Looked like a little bit of a mishit, but if it was deliberate, I think it's a good tactic. Really keep the variation, especially as you mentioned, a little bit swirly in these conditions.
Boulter.
Oh, she finishes exactly the way she began, with an ace down the line. Nice serving from Katie Boulter. Nice way to settle in the early stages of this match. Would she be protecting that back injury at all now, or is that all behind her?
I think from what I hear, it's absolutely fine. She did have a fair amount of time off, which is why she got that protected ranking. So you only qualify for a protected ranking if you're off for at least 6 months, which she was. She came back in November of last year, so got some matches under her belt before the Christmas break, before the off season there. Then came back and played, of course, for two and a half months before we again had this enforced break, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, recovering from such a big injury, to be forced to have a couple of breaks here and there just to let it get used to the stress again.
Well, it's great to see her back in action, and this, of course, is a great opportunity for her to get used to getting back into match play. So it's Alice Gillen, then, to serve for the first time in this match at Love 1.
$15 love.
Nice confident opening serve from Gillen, coached by Robbie Ridu. Used to work out of Bisham Abbey, but moved off to RF Touring, based in Buckinghamshire now, Alice. A little long from Katie Bolter. If you'd been coaching Alice now, how would you have prepared her for a match like this? What would you say that she wanted to try and get from it?
Well, I think the start is really key. I mean, I think just trying to get her game style on the court. She can do some damage with her game. She likes to be aggressive, does have a really strong strike on the ball.
Well, they're just firing that one long, still just really finding her range and getting comfortable with the situation out there.
Yeah, you can see Bolter's really trying to be aggressive on Gillen's service games, try and get the strike in early. As you say, range just a little off. I do imagine that will improve as the match goes on.
There's one there as well. Yeah.
As you will probably heard earlier on in the day, there are no ball kids here for these matches, no line judges either. The players will be calling the lines, and the umpire can overrule if he so chooses. It's down to the players to call as honestly as they possibly can. So Gillen with a chance then to level the match at 1-1, serving at 40 love.
Game, Gillen.
Well, nice hold from Gillen.
First set.
Slightly felt that perhaps Katie Bolter could have punished that second serve a little bit.
Yeah, it was a big difference there in the Bolter game between the first game and second there. On her service game, when she kicked things off, just trying to be nice and steady, keep Gillen moving. But then in that second game, she was really trying to step up and be aggressive. But I think just the shot selection was a little bit out, like you were saying, at a bit of the range. But as I say, I mean, so many of these players are pretty undercooked when it comes to match practice. So I'm sure it will improve as she gets more time on court.
15 love.
Katie Bolter currently working with Jeremy Bates. Saw him around a little bit earlier. I'm sure he's courtside somewhere. Yeah, it can slow things down a little bit without any ball kids here. If the players aren't carrying a second ball for that second serve, having to wander over to the net, Katie Bolter, to retrieve the ball.
30 love.
A little bit of a loose backhand from Gillen. Terrific serve
40
from
love.
Boulter. She likes that T serve.
Yeah, she's found it brilliantly right from the beginning. First point, wasn't it? And just catching Gillen out a little bit because of her positioning. She's just favouring that forehand side because with her shots from the back of the court, the forehand is a little bit more vulnerable to pace. So that's probably why she's protecting it, but Boulter just spotting that gap. Her backhand's actually quite a tidy shot, so she can absorb the pace and hit it quite smoothly.
Game, Boulter.
So trying to open up the court a little bit, perhaps, Gillen. Trying to play the angle. It's all been a little bit central in these early stages.
Yeah, I think potentially just working her way in. It's a good way to deal with nerves if you have them, is just keep everything nice and central, get lots of balls back in play, and then you can start spreading from there, start looking for more angles, more width, and start kind of boosting up your confidence. Again, especially players who are low on match practice, you know, it's tough to just start off and be able to hit all of your spots everywhere. Okay, once you've been playing week after week and have lots of matches under your belt, then definitely it'll be much easier. So definitely a good tactic at the beginning of the match is to keep things simple, but she will have to do more than that if she wants to really challenge Boulter here.
And it will be difficult to get those angles from the baseline. Is she going to have to try and move in a little bit and attack a bit to get those angles?
Yeah, I mean, Gillen very much is a baseline player, and she can drop behind the baseline. It's something that she always has to remind herself of, just to stay up the court, because I mentioned she's got a good strike, but it's no good when you're 2-3 metres behind the court. It's not going to do much damage because you lose all of your angles, so you can't put them under pressure in terms of the space, and also it takes so much longer to get there that the pace doesn't trouble them so much either.
So Alice just retrieving the balls before she serves for this fourth game. A 1-2, match going with serve. The sun will be a bit of a factor here as she throws up. I think that ball toss is going to go straight into the sun.
Love 15.
Just perhaps seeing a little bit more fire in the belly of Katie Boulter with those returns.
Boulter just saying get behind it there. She just felt like she was reaching for that a little bit. It just pulls her off balance. She's got such long levers that it is something that she needs to be wary of, because she can just get away with sometimes standing and reaching, but it means she's not going to get as good a hit on the ball.
(15-30).
You know, Gillen doesn't want to give away too many free points here, particularly on her serve.
It's really difficult when you're playing up against somebody who has significantly more experience, because you kind of need to do it all. You need to hit the ball hard, you need to take it early, but you also need to really not miss and make too many unforced errors. And it sometimes can be quite overwhelming that you have to really tick the box in every area. Even though you're capable of doing it all, it's just that you haven't often done it all at the same time, which is why there's that difference in rankings.
Yeah, just getting a little nervy here. Yeah, it was very apparent last week, actually, in the British Tour. You've got, you know, quite a gap in the rankings. You had someone like Cam Norrie, you know, he's broken through to the top 50, just outside that now, but playing against a player around 400. The player who's playing 400 actually strikes the ball beautifully. And so there's not too much difference in that, but then it's what's going on upstairs in the head, isn't it, that is often the telling factor. So it's 2 break points then for Katie Boulter.
30-40.
Yeah, that return from Boulter a little long.
For that.
And in fact, sticking with last week's tennis, the standard, not just the standard of play, which I thought was extremely good across the board, men's and women's, the brand of tennis was so entertaining. Most players really kind of mixing up the game, and in terms of a spectator sport, that's kind of what you want to see. It was terrific tennis all down. And Gillen struggling with his serve. Early on, it was going pretty well in that opening service game for her.
Game.
Nicely put away by Katie Boulter. She gets the early break. And do you feel Katie is feeling that she's trying desperately hard to generate some pace off some of those shots that are coming back at her?
Yeah, I think so. I'm really impressed with Boulter's footwork at the moment. You saw that in abundance in that last point, particularly lots of little steps around the ball. She's really paying attention to detail, trying to be as precise as possible. Look, the ball isn't flying off the racket as easily and as in sort of a slick manner as it would be if you were super match tight. But she's off to a really good start here, and you can see how this is just going to get better and better as she goes on. So Gillen really needs to try and stay in touch here with the score and not let that run away against her.
Yes, that will be in her mind now, that she doesn't want an embarrassing look on that scoreboard, and she really needs to put that out of her head actually and just play the point. Just wide.
Just getting caught out a little bit on the central shot is Boulter, and again it's just that decision making because she has so many options on that. She could move around, play the off forehand, she could really go for a bit more of an angle, roll it cross court, thump it middle, thump it cross. She has so many options. She could have picked a backhand if she really wanted to, but I'm not sure that's what she would go for. And again, it just becomes a little bit clunky when you're out of match practice. Those decisions take longer to go through in your mind, and you've only got a split second. And when you really have that match tightness, it's just effortless. You don't need to think at all. Yeah. You just make the right decisions. It happens.
Oh.
Love 30.
That was a little wild from Boulter. Yeah, it was said quite a lot, isn't it, about people like Grigor Dimitrov. So much talent. He can play almost any shot he wants, but it's deciding what shot to play at the right time, which is often letting him down.
Yeah, I went for the game style that had very limited options.
15-30.
She found it.
Oh, the Gillen shot was in. I think even she was surprised.
Just had enough spin to just dip down at the last second.
Oh, super strike. Just finding the outside edge of that line. Gives her 2 break points, which will please her greatly, I'm sure. Great opportunity for her to come back.
30-40.
Not quite that time, but you sense a little bit of increased confidence now from Alice Gillen. She seems to be striking the ball, certainly in that rally, with a little bit more conviction.
Yeah, I mean, we've played 4 and a bit games now, and you wouldn't say that Gillen's been overwhelmed by the game of Bolter. You know, she's been in the rally, she's been able to soak up some pace, and I think she feels like she absolutely can compete here.
So still break point.
Deuce.
So that particular opportunity has gone for now. Super serve again
Bolter.
from Katie Bolter. So a bit of a wasted opportunity for Alice Gillen.
Game, Bolter. Bolter leads by 4 games to 1. First set.
Yeah, Gillen being forced further and further back behind that baseline, and as you say, finding it difficult to generate anything that's really going to trouble her opponent too much.
Yeah, there's a couple of strikes now, particularly off the return, where Gillen has got a really nice strike deep into the corner. But there, Bolter managed to absorb the pace and get it back deep, and you could see Gillen shuffling up the court, thinking, I'm going to get a short ball here, because ordinarily if she's playing players ranked around her ranking 700, 800, you would get a short ball off of that. But Bolter able to get that one back deep again, really get the point back into a neutral position. And it's one of the most frustrating things, especially when you're a big hitter, when you play against players and that one strike doesn't do the job and you have to actually hit 2 or 3. And when you're not used to that, it can be quite frustrating, because there is so much anticipating in tennis. You have to really put your best guess forward as to what your opponent's going to do. If you just react, you're going to be very, very slow to everything around. So she was right to kind of take that step forward, but hopefully she learns through the match that it needs to be a couple of those to really maybe get a short ball from Bolter, not just the one big hit.
Can she do anything different? Can she change it up at all at this stage, or is she hampered just too much by the superiority of Katie Bolter?
At the moment, it's just the consistency of Bolter and the fact that Bolter's not getting that affected by the strike from Gillen. So she needs to figure out a way to do that. And as I mentioned before, unfortunately, the way to do that is to do it a few times in a row.
So Gillen serves then at 1-4. Nice.
15 love.
Straight down the tee. Giving Katie Bolter a little taste of her own medicine on the serve. Seems to be a shortage of tennis balls out there. Playing with 4 or 6. Have you been counting?
I think it's just 4 balls.
Yeah. And there's no one else who's going to be out there hunting around for them. It's just down to the players.
That's a super shot from Bolter, wrong footing. Gillen, you could see she barely took a step to that. Was convinced it was going cross court. Completely stuck.
You do not want a stray ball anywhere near where your feet might go. One thing you do not want to do is turn an ankle. Hence the little delay there.
15-30.
It's always all about the feet. Alice Gillen saying move those feet. Doesn't want to let Katie Boulter get too far ahead here.
Again, just the lack of footwork there for Gillen. Only took a step or two. Just needed to be it's about being in the best possible position to deliver the best possible shot, because of course you have to deal with what's appropriate. It might be really difficult to do that, but there she had a bit more time, could have got really on the front foot, nice setup, and had a nice clean strike.
2 break points for Boulter.
Game. Boulter.
And just drifting long.
Boulter leads by 5 games to 1 first set.
Just wondering, is there something now that she could do with the set pretty much running away from her? Maybe Gillen just tries putting in a few drop shots or something, just try something just a little bit different to get Katie thinking, to try and move her out of her comfort zone just a little?
Yeah, I mean, you can either try and do something different to upset the Boulter game, which I think is quite tricky to do, or you can do something different to try and spark your game into new life, which is what if I was advising Alice, I'd say that's what she should focus on, really, and that is all about ramping up the footwork, the intensity, get some noise going as well, really rip the ball around, try and up everything you can.
Oh.
Love 15.
Nice to see Boulter coming into the net, but just not able to execute that one. Backhand volley. A rueful smile.
Yeah, I'm sure Jeremy Bates will be bringing that one up. He was known for his volleys when he was a player.
Absolutely.
He expects the best from his players in that department.
We saw a bit of that. I don't know how much of the Wimbledon replays you've been watching on the BBC during when Wimbledon should have been played. We were treated a bit of Jeremy Bates action, not least in the mixed doubles with Joe Jury. What great days they were.
Good volleys.
Yes. Oh, that's lovely. Drive volley, perhaps coming a little more naturally, a little easier to play. But beautifully put away by Katie Boulter there. Really had her opponent on the run.
Yeah, and again, it was a good strike from Gillen, but because it just doesn't do that much damage to Boulter, Boulter just redirecting the pace and actually using it against her.
It's a shame that shot from Boulter went in the net, because I thought we saw a sign there that maybe Alice was tempted just to move forward a bit.
Yeah, well, she knew she'd hit a good strike, and she'd hit a few in that rally.
I'd love to see her just mix it up a little bit, put something a little bit different onto her shots. But if that's the game she plays, that's the game she plays. As you say, she needs to be as comfortable as possible with what's going on out there.
Video.
It's worked so well for Katie Boulter. That serve down the tee. Don't think Alice has got her racket anywhere near them so far. That ball just greeting one of our microphones with a little bit of a thump.
Second serve.
Oh,
30-40.
bit of a loose forehand from Boulter. Backhand, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, just got her feet tied up a little bit there.
So, great point for Gillen.
Juice.
Boulter having none of it. That, honestly, that tee serve is an absolute cracker.
Yeah, and it is something that I think really increases in difficulty so much as the return as you move up the rankings. Just because the accuracy of the serve, you have to cover so much more ground. Also, lower down in the rankings, you can read serves a lot more easier because there are telltale signs, whereas Boulter plays at level, the ball toss is always in the same place, the racket position's in the same place, hips, shoulders, everything that might give you an idea. So it can be really difficult to, you can see that Gillen has just kind of got stuck to the spot sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet another serve down the tee gives Katie Boulter set point. First serve goes long. Just getting a little bit breezy again out there.
Game in first set, Boulter, for 6-1.
So not really trouble too much in that opening set, Katie Boulter. And that will be a nice, easy hole for her. Hasn't broken into too much of a sweat. And former British #3 before the injury. Been very busy in lockdown, Katie Boulter, working with Age UK, calling people on the phone during lockdown to keep lonely people in good company. Terrific effort. Whilst also training. I know the LTA has been sending out bikes to a lot of the players, the exercise bikes from the gym. I think everyone's made full use of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Some equipment sent out so that if anyone had a garage or some outdoor space, they could convert it and get their training done. And yeah, absolutely. I think the players really have been making the most of it.
And the support they have had has been second to none. And now to come back with all these competitions here at the NTC. A number of people have been asking on social media, is this the same Roehampton where they play the qualifiers for Wimbledon? Virtually, it's just next door, in fact. I think there's even a gate from here through to the courts at the Bank of England. But that will not be there for that much longer. Well, the courts will be, but in terms of qualifying, in about 4 or 5 years' time, that will move to the new area that the All England Club has brought up on the golf course down there at Wimbledon. So it'll all be taking place on the same site.
Can't wait to see what that looks like.
You think it'll be good?
Yeah, well, I mean, the amount of, just the increase in size of the site now is, yeah, it's extraordinary. But we'll have to wait some time before we see which way they go. We don't even have plans yet, so we don't know even what they're thinking.
Okay.
More courts.
More courts. That's all that matters. Well, Gillen was in that rally nicely, striking the ball well, but it was a super return from Katie Boulter. Yeah, the Roehampton qualifiers have become such a part of Wimbledon. It'll be a sad day when they go, but I'm sure in many ways it will benefit the tournament.
It has its own unique charm, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I guess it's one of the favoured tournaments for all players now after the generous distribution of prize money from this year's tournament. About £10 million worth, paying a degree of that to all the players, £25,000 for the singles players who would have played Wimbledon over the past fortnight. And that's been very widely welcomed across the board, hasn't it, Naomi?
Oh, absolutely. absolutely. I think it was a fantastic move on behalf of the All England club, and they were in a very strong position because they had that, of course, pandemic insurance. So they got a large chunk of the prize money to them, but they were under no obligation to give it to the players. They could have kept it for the developments that they're going to make. They could have argued anything else, but absolutely a very popular decision. It's always been a frustration, I think, for Wimbledon that the qualifying couldn't be on site. It's the only Grand Slam where the qualifying isn't, the only tournament where the qualifying isn't on site. And of course, that's just because of the wear and tear of the grass courts. It is absolutely not possible.
Oh, a little loose from Bolter. I wonder what happened in the Australian Open in the days when that was on grass. I wonder if they had qualifying there a bit before your time, Naomi. I wouldn't expect you to be able to answer that.
I didn't play on grass down in Australia for the Open, but yeah, I wonder whether it's the same draw size, because of course the qualifying draw is pretty much just as big as the main draw. For the men, it's 128, and it has been until recently. It was about 96 for the women's, but that has gone up to 128. So it's it's another 256 players, lots of matches. And it's I mean, the courts are ruined here at Roehampton at the end of 4 or 5 days of qualifying. If I were Gillen, I'd keep going down the middle, because I think it's the one area that Bolt is struggling with. I think she's struggling with her decision making. There she opted for a backhand. She keeps going for forehands. There went for the backhand. She's just getting her feet a little bit tucked up. It's not something that is a weakness in the Bolter game, but just today it seems like something that she's just she's just lost a bit of sharpness on it. She's not entirely certain. It landed in.
Oh. Well, I thought Gillen played that point so well, because that return from Bolter came back like a rocket, but Gillen was equal to it. And then this, should Gillen, I wonder, have tried to play it? I mean, the answer is yes. I'm just wondering if she might have misread it because of the wind. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt on that one. But it's another break point for Katie Bolter on the Gillen serve. I was also wondering whether maybe she could have just ventured into the net a touch. But I've got a feeling we're not really going to see too much of that from Alice Gillen in this match. Just pushing that backhand wide again.
Yes.
Well, I wonder what Gillen said to herself at the end of that set, because for me this is the best game she's played so far. Definitely up to her level, feels like there's more intensity. She's ready for the pace, she's soaking up the depth as well. She's extending those rallies, also getting in some nice strikes of her own. But if she doesn't come through this game, it could be pretty damaging. When you find that new level and you still don't get the game on the board.
Advantage, Gillen.
Well, here is a chance for Gillen then maybe to get on the scoreboard right at the outset of this second set. New set is always a chance to push the restart button, isn't it, Naomi? And just, think, well, let's go again, see what we can do. Well, she's doing
Yes.
everything you suggested she do. She is keeping that ball absolutely pinpoint down the middle of the court.
Yeah, that one was a little better from Bolter. She stayed much lower, created a bit more space. Because she was lower, it meant she could take a bit more of a larger step, explode around the ball. Creating space is always more difficult than closing down a space. And I mentioned at the beginning of the match those long levers, so getting enough space is just even more important for her.
Deuce. Oh, that looked long. Yes.
Advantage, Gillen.
Well played, Gillen. Scoreboard's just got that. Yep. So Gillen with another chance to take this opening game.
Deuce.
Oh. It's a rare double fault. And it's again one of those gifts that really she can't afford to give away.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I would understand it, because ordinarily Bolter loves to give the second serve a thump and she can hit some beautiful clean winners, but she just hasn't quite got hold of it today, actually. So it's not like Gillen is under a huge threat and she thinks, I have to put something on the ball because otherwise it's just going past me. And because of that, really feel like game point that you've got to get that second serve in.
Oh, well played. Changed the
Advantage,
direction
Gillen.
nicely at the right time in that rally. Finished off with a lovely cross-court shot. What a lovely winner from Gillen. And that will hopefully just boost her confidence a little bit as she tries to close out this game.
Well, she had Bolter under pressure right from the return because the serve was really nicely placed and she just kept her there, shot after shot, just didn't allow her back into the rally.
First serve will be good here.
Game.
First service ace would be even
First
better.
game, second set.
Well, she persevered and she got the result she wanted in the end, Alice Gillen. So that's a great result for her. Well played.
Yeah, without doubt the best game she's played so far. I think Bolter will be slightly frustrated she wasn't able to get that one in her favour, because it's very important at the beginning of that second set, because no matter who you're playing, Gillen has been ranked up in the top 700. You know, she knows what she's doing out there, and when a set is comfortable, like a 6-love 6-1 set, you can be pretty sure that the person who's only got a game on the board or no games on the board is going to do something quite different in the second set. And we have seen Gillen actually really pick up the pace with her game. The intensity is much better. The intent behind the shot as well is definitely doing more damage.
Are you surprised players don't work harder on getting a better second serve to their game that can create their opponent a few problems for their opponent?
It's an absolute must in the women's game because the second serve returns are great. They really are so good.
15.
All women up on the tour will be looking to be aggressive on the second serve, get on top of the point, get their strike in, really try and get you moving. So you really have to work on that jamming body serve, swinging it in.
But do we see it often enough? Or played well enough?
Well, it's one of those things that there's just such a small margin on it because you are hitting the serve a little bit slower because you've got to get it in. That, okay, if you hit the body target, it's...
No, not long.
Oh.
Little confusion there. I think Alice thought the ball was wide. Katie not sure. The umpire looks confused. I'm slightly confused. Where are you on this, Naomi? I think we're going 15 all.
15, okay.
I think it was an ace that wide.
Fair enough. But yeah, you just don't have much margin for error because if it's slightly out of centre, well, then it's right in the strike zone. And someone with a strike like Bolter, it's, you're going to get punished. And we could talk about just a couple of centimetres different in terms of placement. So you really do have to work on the accuracy and find something that causes players problems.
30-15.
Lovely to see a bit of serve volley in this
Thanks,
match.
Darren.
And there seems to be just a little bit of extra oomph on this serve from Katie Bolter.
It's actually one of the biggest differences between the men's and women's games because in the men's game they normally return the first serve a little bit tighter to the baseline and the second serve they'll drop all the way back because you've got these big heavy kickers coming down. But in the women's game it will be completely the reverse. The second serve return is often on or inside the baseline.
$40-15.
Went for a big strike there, Gillen.
Worth a try.
Yeah, just a little too much on that one.
Oh.
Bolter, 1 game all, second set.
She seems to be able to pull those serves out of the bag just when she wants to, Katie Bolter. And levels up in this second set. And hopefully Katie Bolter will be back to Fed Cup action once it gets underway. What, next February now? February 2021, things should be picking up again?
Exactly.
Love 15.
Yeah, and Kia Thavong's got herself a good team there in the Fed Cup, and I think I'm right in saying that they stand a chance. Is it Egypt they play next? I can't remember. Mexico, thank you.
Yeah, not that close to each other in terms of geography.
They're both hot.
Okay.
Both very hot.
I'm not giving you that. Come on.
And I think a win there for Team GB would give them a chance to qualify for the finals, is that? Because it's all a new format now.
Yes, exactly. But everything's pretty much just been postponed to 2021 now.
Yep. Yeah, I mustn't get too far ahead of myself here.
$15
Yeah, I think a bucket of second serve returns would go down nicely for Bolter. Just to get a little more into the groove. It's nothing to be concerned about or to worry about. It's just, as I say, just a little bit of match tightness that's not there.
$30-15.
Yeah, the Fed Cup tie that's against Mexico is unfortunately away.
Yes.
So that poses some difficulty because they've got a fair amount of altitude to play with in Mexico, and I'm fairly certain that that will be one of the priorities. Britain very much the favourites in that match in terms of on paper when it comes to rankings, but I'm sure they'll put us on a tricky surface.
Well, she's working a little socks off, is Alice Gillen. In fact, we've lost her. There she is, right around the back of the court. She's being made to work very hard. It's a tall order for her here. Which level pegging in this second set. If she can just get that first serve firing a bit. Just saw her in the early on trying to send her first serve in that deuce court, trying to slice it out wide. Didn't quite come off.
40-30.
That time serving into the body of Katie Boulter. And again.
Gillen.
Well, we've seen a few of those from Katie Boulter in this game, pushing that ball long.
Well, I think I wouldn't go as far as to say that she's playing a completely different opponent, but absolutely Gillen has raised her game in almost all areas. I think she's moving much sharper. As I mentioned before, more intent behind the ball, the serve is more accurate. So it's just these sorts of misses that Boulter had in the first set, she was just able to get away with them because she was getting a couple of nice strikes in as well, and Gillen was missing a bit more. But now it's a little bit more of a challenge, so Boulter just needs to try and tighten up on those areas.
Nice for Gillen, though, because she's keeping parity with her opponent in this second set. Very keen on crime. She's studying law online through the Open University, Alice Gillen.
So, I'm not laughing at that, but you just said she's keen on crime. It's just, that's not the Alice I know.
No, she's a goodie, not a baddie.
Sorry, do carry on.
No, but she seems to read a lot of crime novels. I think her father is a barrister.
Right, so she's not interested in committing crime.
No, exactly. No, I don't think so. I think she'd quite like to defend it. But I don't know, she might be a defence barrister or defence lawyer, but that's a little distance away, I think. So it's Boulter serving then at 1-2 in this second set. Oh,
15 love.
That was a little tame. Alice looking a little flat-footed.
I think she just thought that the shot was going to be better than it ended up being. It was just that anticipation, because it looked like Boulter was going to thump that away. Yes. She ended up nudging it just a step away from Gillen, but I think she just kind of assumed Boulter would finish the point one way or the other.
Love.
Perhaps try and do something different with that return. What could she do?
Well, we haven't seen too much variation in terms of the height. I think that definitely could be an option. You know, really go for one with more height and depth and then flatten one off.
Well, she got that point there, but having been pushed out wide, could she then have tried to create a bit more of an angle when playing that shot back? Gillen?
Yeah, she didn't jump on top of the point. And again, a lot of that's to do with the positioning on the court. Really nice strike into the corner. Boulter's had to move on the backwards V, which is exactly what you're trying to get your opponent to do. But then you've got to capitalise and really keep her back by moving up yourself.
Well, that's the longest rally of the match we've seen so far.
14,
Both players
15.
hitting the ball beautifully and targeting the lines. Bolter just coming out on top.
Yeah, super striking there from Bolter. And you could see, because once she got the good striking cross court and saw Gillen struggling, she was up on the baseline, leaning forward, looking to do more, not necessarily hit a winner, but looking to do a bit more damage and just build and build and build until there's a big gap available.
Oh, that's
Game,
beautifully
balls,
done.
please. Okay.
Serving out wide. Look at this. Beautifully constructed. Taking her opponent out wide and then back the other way. Gillen didn't have a chance with that. Bolter looking more and more comfortable out there. Bolter has played some matches this year, in fact, hasn't she? She was, in fact, out at Indian Wells preparing for the main Indian Wells event when the news came through that everything was off due to COVID-19.
Yeah, she was just getting some matches under her belt,
Yeah.
getting things moving again. Oh,
15 love.
super strike.
That's an absolute bullet.
And that's what we've got to see a little bit more of from Gillen. She's got it in her. Just getting on that front foot. Clean strike.
Yeah, whipping through that.
Thirty love.
Just
15.
a little too much on that. Nice idea to try and change direction. Perhaps it's just a little tight into her. Again, maybe down to movement again.
Yeah, it's a big return in the women's game. It's the #1 return. Most returns go right back at the server. If you can really just get it underneath their feet, it's very difficult. Getting up and out of that serve quickly is tough. Again, a lot of that down to the fact that the returner is taking the ball so much earlier than you would in the men's game. They'd like to give themselves much more room, so the server can land very heavily, they can come upright, they've got all the time in the world to kind of set themselves up. In the women's game, you just don't have that luxury. It's right back at you. And actually, sometimes, the harder you hit it, the quicker it comes back to you, so you kind of penalise yourself.
Well, stuck to her guns there, Gillen. When she moved in, I wondered, could she have come in perhaps a little bit further? She retreated back to the baseline, but she won the point in the end.
Game, Gillen. Gillen leads by 3-2. Second set, first set, Bolter.
Well, it's a nice hold for Gillen, and hopefully will just boost her confidence again a little bit more. What should she be thinking at the changeover here?
Oh, I think Gillen's got to be really happy with this. This is exactly what she'd be looking to do. She is asking questions of Bolter now, and Bolter will need to play better in this second set than she did in the first if she wants to win the match. And that's great, because it means that Gillen is presenting a challenge. And she is saying, OK, right, I've seen your level. It took me a little bit of time to get used to it, but now I'm able to do X, Y, and Z a little bit better. I'm a bit calmer on the ball as well, knowing that I can hang in there, I can deliver a good amount of pace and do some damage. And then she'll see how Bolter responds to that. And then if Bolter ups her level a bit, then it's up to Gillen to try and match it.
Would Bolter appreciate a bit more
Time.
of a match, do you think, from here on in, just to kind of gauge herself where her own game is at right now?
I think it's difficult to say. I think everybody's different. I think from an outsider's perspective, it would be good for her game, definitely, to get tested as much as possible. I think she is very much the favourite for this event, now that we've lost a couple of players. You could argue she was possibly the favourite anyway. So I think it would be good for her, absolutely, to have a challenge. I mean, if she could really be troubled by somebody and pushed all the way, I mean, absolutely, there's nothing like whipping you back into shape, having to face that down.
Love.
That's a shame. It's a good return from Gillen, but yet again, because she was out wide, I just wondered if she could have made more of it and got just a bit more of an angle on that return. Easier said than done, of course.
30 love.
Yeah, she's really got to be careful to not drift too far back, because then she will have a tendency to start overplaying the shot, and then the errors will come. Because you kind of, sometimes you don't recognise that you've fallen back. It happens when you get a little bit nervous or in tight moments, and you can just kind of wonder, why is my shot not doing the damage anymore? That was good enough, and then you just try and put more on the ball and it gets away from you, you lose the control.
Good retrieving, Gillen. Not much more she could have done with that. Boulter finishing it off pretty emphatically. Gillen did well to get that. And the drive volley has been working very nicely this match for Katie Boulter.
Game.
And in the end, a pretty comfortable hold second set for Boulter. Level pegging in the second set at 3-3. So Gillen, certainly in terms of the scoreboard, acquitting herself a lot better in this second set, but I think generally her play has been better. She looks a little more settled.
Yeah, absolutely. She looks much calmer through this second set. It's not that she got overwhelmed in the first set. I didn't feel like she was really struggling to keep up. It was just that one shot better, just that extra little bit.
Oh, that's an Apache attack helicopter.
Oof.
That's pretty exciting. The military will be for the Army Air Corps. That's what Prince Harry used to sit in the back of.
Right.
Yeah. When he was a serving soldier.
Not sure helicopters are for me.
You know.
It is very noisy here. We are right under the flight path into Heathrow. Also, it's the helicopter flight path into London. They join the River Thames at Barnes, which is just a couple of miles down the road, and fly into London that way, so that they're not flying over buildings. So everything comes over us here in Roehampton. If you're a plane spotter, it's fantastic. If you're a bird spotter, less good. If you're trying to concentrate on your tennis, it's slightly irritating. Gillen, though, at 30-love and 3 all. Well done. Oh, not yet. Still going. Well,
15-13.
For me, Gillen won that point twice. I think there was a very deep shot from Boulter, And then when she went behind Bolter with that shot, I thought she caught her, but Bolter equal to it in the end.
Yeah, she kept her balance really well there when Bolter had to deal with the back behind shot. And it was actually, for me, the next shot she had the opportunity to really put it away. And just kind of rolled it back cross court. But again, I think she was almost with you in that she was surprised the rally was still going.
Third time lucky on the ball toss. And she gets the point. Comes back into the game 30-all. Little bit of a perhaps a slightly indisciplined slash from Katie Bolter. Again, maybe it's that thing of trying to generate some pace on a ball that doesn't really have it when it's coming across to you from the other side of the net. So 30-all, 3-all. Bolter with the first set 6-1. This second set much more closely contested.
Serve.
That's more like
40-30.
That's the shot she tried and nearly won with in that previous rally.
It is just so much easier to finish the point off if you get your feet inside the baseline in the blue.
Very nicely. Nice controlled swing from Gillen. So she's holding her own here in this second set, 40-30.
Juice.
Just drifting long. And a couple of real thumps coming back from Katie Bolter. Three-all deuce. Oh, that's terrific from
Advantage Gillen.
Alice Gillen. That's more the shot you might have expected to see from her opponent, but a terrific finish to the point. She really hung on in there.
Yeah, and it's been the backhand, hasn't it, that when she's really released it, it is her strongest shot. It's a lovely, smooth action. It's very natural as well. She can generate a lot of pace when she's in the right position. That was such a clean strike, dead straight down the line.
Game. Gillen. Gillen leads by 4-3. Second set, first set Bolter.
That's a really nice hold from Alice Gillen, and another little boost for her confidence. She's really hanging in on this second set. Maybe she can take it the distance. Little way to go on that yet, but she'll be very pleased with that game.
Yeah, I think she's just getting better and better as this match progresses, and as I mentioned before, really asking the question of Boulter, okay, you've got to play a little bit better than this because I'm hanging around. And Boulter just struggling to find that next level up. Look, we know that she can do it. We've seen her do it before. It's not a question of can she, it's just can she do it today, right now, in these conditions. A little bit undercooked in terms of match practice. You can see that tightness not there.
Yeah, she's been attacking, hasn't she, the Gillen serve, certainly that second serve, as the Apache making its way back again. Going to leave us in peace now. Into a very cloudy, very menacing looking sky up there. We've escaped the rainfall so far. And I think for the rest of the week, dare I say, should remain dry and get a little bit brighter towards the end of the week. So here's Boulter serving then. Oh.
15 love.
It's almost becoming her bread and butter, this serve volley, Katie Boulter. Up to the tee and beautifully played.
Love.
A drive volley isn't as easy as it so often looks, is it? Particularly above shoulder height.
Yeah, it's a tough shot to get right. It takes a lot of practice. It has particular characteristics.
(30-15).
Swinging freely. Yeah, definitely feeling good now, but yeah, on the drive volley, it's quite a unique shot really, because it's speeding up on its way to you, whereas every other shot really is slowing down. It's either coming off of a bounce, losing a lot of momentum, or even if you're at the net hitting a volley, it's slowing down through the air. But because the shot is falling, so it's a totally different sort of timing. You know, every single shot you play, it is slowing down. It might not be slowing down very much. It might be slowing down hugely. It depends on the surface, depends on the conditions, the wind, all those sorts of things. But you can be pretty sure that once that lob goes up, it's speeding up on its way to you. So drive volleys and smashes can be a little tricky to time.
Well, talking about timing, the
40,
timing
30.
off Gillen's racket in that rally looks impeccable. Perhaps she's taking just a little bit earlier, is she?
Yep, she's further up the court. I think she's got her range in now, feeling more confident. I think also just believing that her strike is good enough, can do the damage as long as she stays close to that baseline.
Game, Boulter. 4 games all, second set.
Yeah, if Boulter looks threatened at all on her serve, all she has to do is pull out one of those, and she's safe again. So we're at 4-all. Gillen's still in here.
Love 15.
Ooh.
15-all.
Just off the frame of Boulter's racket. Serve a little long. Not by much. I think the return from Boulter was
13-15.
definitely long. A welcome sight for Alice Gillen.
Yeah, Boulter's looking for that little bit more, isn't she? She's
Yeah.
just getting frustrated that it's just not coming as easily as she'd like.
It's getting a little bit murkier out there. Just hit the line, did it?
Yeah, I think so. Take that one again.
Yeah. Really good,
40-15.
deep, penetrating shot from Gillen.
It's good quality stuff. Boulter's got to do better, really. She's got to find some more depth. I think her intensity's just dropped off a little through this second set as well.
Oh,
40-30.
that's a shame from Gillen's point of view. She's still in there, though, with a point to hold serve and make it look a little bit more interesting on this scoreboard. A 5-4 lead at the end of this second set, albeit with the Boulter serve to come, which we know can be pretty damaging. But Gillen certainly is putting herself in with a chance here.
Yes.
Oh. Sorry. Oh, I thought it had just. I thought that had just gone in.
Yeah, it was
I thought
pretty
we had
close.
a second serve ace there.
Pretty close, but the finger went up from Boulter.
The players generally pretty good about being honest on line calls.
Yeah, yeah, at this level.
I'm
Juniors.
not questioning Katie Boulter
No.
at all. There.
Well, I mean, there's an umpire that would overrule
Yeah,
if,
sure.
if it was blatant. So, yeah. The juniors, on the other hand, it's a little more tricky.
Yeah, Boulter
Advantage.
really
Boulter.
generating so much power on that return. It's a break point. It's a rarity in this second set. Break points for Boulter. But this could be a bit of a turning point here because if Boulter can seal this game, it'll then be her turn to serve out for the match in the next game. But Gillen not done just yet. Well, that That looked wide to me.
I think it looked wide to me and to umpire Ben Anderson. It's just that Bolter called it a bit late.
Okay.
Which is why Alice is a little bit frustrated at it. But yeah, it did look like it just drifted.
Well, that's the first break of this second set. And it's just when Gillen really didn't want it, because it puts Katie Bolter in control here. And it will be a nice workout for Bolter if she can close it out here. A couple of sets on the first day of this 5-set competition. It's a round-robin format. 2 groups named after 2 very notable British Fed Cup players in Anne Kearthavong, which is this group, and the other one being that of Elena Beltacher. Lovely to have her name involved in this competition. And recognising all her contributions and achievements to British tennis before sadly she was taken far too early from us. So Katie Bolter now will be serving for the match, but it's been a much tighter affair in this second set. And she hasn't been broken yet in the match.
Love.
Well, a few of those maybe, and she'll just close out the match. It's that T serve every time. It's pretty much been a clean winner.
Love.
Gillen just telling herself that she should have gone cross-court there. Tend to agree with her. It's just tough to switch down the line when you're that far behind the baseline.
Love. Serve.
So it's Bolter. 3 very quick match points coming up here.
Match, Bolter. 2 sets to love.
And that is the way to
6-1,
win a
6-4.
match. Clean winner from Bolter, and an emphatic one too. She looked very comfortable there. It was a tall order for her opponent, but Alice Gillen acquitting herself very nicely in that second set. But it's Bolter who wins through 6-1, 6-4 in this opening match of the round robin, her opening match at least, in the Anne Kearthavong group.
So it is Katie Bolter who takes the win, the first win for her in this event. And she was tested by Gillen. It was not a completely comfortable match. Gillen really growing into the match, growing in confidence and matching Bolter with a couple of big strikes of her own. But Bolter off to a good start. I'm sure she'll be pleased to come through, but we'll have plenty of things on her list to try and tick off and improve for the next round. And Rob has shown some tremendous agility in getting down there to the court in the nick of time. And he will be chatting to Katie Boulter.
You wouldn't want to hear that.
And here they are.
JG, well played. How was it to be back in competitive action again today?
Yeah, definitely really nice to be back out on the court. You know, it's tough conditions out here, but I found a way to win, and I think that's all that counts.
What particular areas of your game pleased you today?
I think I served really well. You know, I've still got a bit of work to do on the baseline. I wasn't very happy about that, but you know, my serving was great out there, and hopefully I can use that this week.
The drive volleys were working nicely. Where does that come from? Your coach, Jeremy Bates, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to say my volleys are from him as well, but to be honest, I think I hit one in the back fence today, so I'm not sure about that. But no, yeah, it's from him.
What's he been working on with you? Anything particular that he's been looking at trying to get you to do over the coming days?
I think basically just imposing myself on someone else, using the pace that I have and not getting too carried away trying to hit people off the court. So yeah, just enjoying the match and competing.
What do you hope to get out of a week like this in competition?
I think it's a really good stepping stone to the bigger tournaments, which is where I want to be. So, you know, just to get back out here and play some matches, you know, to have the LTA put it on, I think it's fantastic for us.
Great, Katie. Well played. Great to see you back out on court, and best of luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you so much.
Many thanks. So Katie Boulter is through. That's the final match on court today, and she'll be pleased with that performance. Other winners here on centre today, Jodie Burridge came through against Emily Arbuthnot. Arbuthnot was replacing Eden Silver, a late withdrawal earlier on today. Wins also for Christy Frere in a really dramatic three-setter against Maya Lumsden, who was victorious in the British Tour on Sunday. And sadly, Katie Swan in the previous match had to retire in her match through illness. Alicia Barnett coming through on that one. So that is the close of play then at the end of day one here for this Progress Tour Women's Championships. We'll be back on air tomorrow at start of play at 11 o'clock in the morning. Remember, it's available on the BBC digital platforms as well as the LTA Facebook and YouTube channels. So I do hope you'll join us for that. But from Naomi Cavady, for me, Rob Curling, thanks for joining us. Bye for now.